Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Let me clear my throat, as the man says. Oh, boy. Hey, good afternoon. Hi, gang. What's going on? Greetings and salutations, and high-fives and fist bumps, and all that. I'm Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. I do appreciate it. And Rob Anthony's here, too.
What's up, man?
Wow. I'll tell you what, a more electrifying Friday you'd be hard-pressed to find. There's nobody here.
I don't. That's
Right?
normal.
Yeah, that is normal. Fridays are pretty...
I think they have summer Fridays all year long. I think it's kind of what it is.
Is that what it is?
Takes
Summer Friday?
off. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen, man, that's the beauty of remote work for a lot of people. You know, people have asked me over the years, why don't you do the show from your house? I go, why the hell would I ever do that? I have all my toys here, right? Anytime I've ever spent my own money or, you know, to set up gear at home, which I have a lot of gear at home, it's just not to the extent that I could do this program every day the way that I want to do it. I like going into the studio, right? I need that. I need to be in this command center with all my bells and whistles and all my toys. That's what I need. So that I can speak to the people, Rob.
To the masses.
So that I can speak to people not only right out here, outside iHeartMedia Central, but all throughout Northeast Ohio. Such far-flung places as, I don't know, Norton, Ohio. Or you ever been to Norton, Ohio?
I don't think so.
Oh,
Do you know where that is?
Yeah, I do know where that is. It's out there. Yeah. It's out there. It's fun to get to. It's hard to leave. Oh, boy, if you've ever been there, it is, what a time. But, yeah, if you'd like to join us today, please do. We've got a couple of great guests coming in. Our buddy Tom Papa will join us shortly. He's doing a bunch of shows. I don't even think he needs to be here to sell tickets. He's just coming to hang out for a minute because I think the shows are sold out. He's at Hilarities this weekend. Dr. Ryan Bergland will join us later on. You know, he's over from the Cleveland Clinic, and he's joined us occasionally for a long time. We do a segment called Is It Red? And he's a surgical urologist there at the Cleveland Clinic. He was the artiste behind My Vasectomy, which this Veterans Day will be the 3rd anniversary of My Vasectomy. And I've got to tell you, are you snipped? I'm sure we've talked about that.
I am, yes.
We're both snipped. And I got to tell you, the hashtag snip life, wow, when you're living it, it is what took me so long.
Did you forget my old Italian doctor?
Oh, I did.
Yeah, you forgot all about that,
Hey,
huh?
I'm a snip of you.
I'm going to make a cut over here. Any you sack.
Right.
Yeah, that was my guy.
I did forget about that guy.
Old.
Old. Shaky hands and the whole thing.
Oh,
right?
Not
But
too
it was
shaky.
not too shaky. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. No, I don't know Dr. Bergland's ethnic extraction, nor did I ask. Because when it comes to somebody snipping my sack, I don't care from where their family hails.
Yeah, it was
It's all
pretty
the same
evident
to
with me. They were, my guy, you knew he was not of Springfield, Massachusetts.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah.
Because he tucked the gown into his neck?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
There was a weird lobster on the bib. It was odd.
Yeah, the butcher paper on the examination table was red and white checked.
Just used a big knife.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make a cut over here.
Yep. And he would keep all the vasectomies he did. I don't want to tell tales out of school here, but Rob has confided this to me in times past. We talked about this doctor that he used. The guy would keep all of the pieces of vas deferens that he had snipped from all these other people, so that eventually, after many decades of service, it looked like he had a giant bowl of pasta on
100%. Yeah, actually, I mean, if you really want to be honest, he did it like the diddolinis. You know what I mean? Like if you let them sit in water, they really expand. That's what he did. He did a big bowl of that stuff.
Oh, good.
And made a pasta fazool with it.
Yeah, pasta fazool.
A pasta fazool.
Anyway, Dr. Bergland will be here later on. So, guys, if you've got weird things going on down there, we'll take your calls and your texts and all your messages. If you're not able to listen live, you can email me a question ahead of time. Otherwise, you can send me a text. The number is 35192. I'm going to let this music go just to kind of set the tone for the afternoon. Tom Papa, I think he's probably of Italian descent. Unless Papa is short for something. I'll ask him when he's in. And of course, today is also the birthday of the late, great Warren Zevon. So I'm going to be playing a lot of Warren Zevon bumpers today. One of my favorite artists. He would have been 79 years old. I know this because he was a year younger than my father, and my dad would have been 80 this year. His birthday is... I think my dad's birthday would have been this coming Tuesday. But anyway, a lot of stuff to get to today. I can see Tom walking around out there.
And judging by that hat, I think he's of Italian descent.
Yeah, he's always got like a little pork pie on, or he's got whatever those hats are called. I'm not sure.
My poppy always wore a hat like that.
Did he?
Uh-huh.
I didn't come from a hat family. I have a couple of baseball caps. And, I'll wear them just if I'm being lazy. If I have to go out and do some errands. And I don't think I look great in a baseball cap. Some people would vociferously differ. But it's fine. But I didn't grow up in a hat family. I never saw my dad in a hat. But he had a great head of hair. So why are you going to cover that up?
Shut up, Alan.
I don't want
to the guy that wears a hat every day.
But that's for fashion purposes.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is.
Rob's a very fashionable young man. And so if you watch the live stream, you'll notice that he always had some head covering. Traditionally in the form of a baseball cap or a trucker cap or something like that. There are days that he has worn the occasional turban. And I've said, well, that kind of... That's a whole other thing, and that's up to you. But it might not, as they say in the TV game, it might not read well on camera.
Well, it's tough to say. Depends on my mood,
And then we tried to split the difference when we were testing out these different looks. And there was one day Rob had a turban on, and he put a cap on top of that. And I go, I don't know that is definitely the look that you're going for.
I think it was just the wrong cap. I think that's really the problem. I don't think it was the combination. I think I had the wrong cap on top.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Should have been a fitted cap like this one. That's what I should have had on.
Okay. Alan, a question for Dr. Bergland later on. See, they're already coming in fast and furious. How many bubbles are too many bubbles in your urine? I don't know. One? I think one. I'm going to go. Listen, I'm not a physician. I'm not a doctor, unless you count which doctor, but I'm not a doctor. One bubble? I don't know. I know bubbles in your bloodstream are not good at all.
Well, no.
That's what precipitates all kinds of problems.
I think you're supposed to have some bubbles.
Bubbles?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, again, I will point that to him later on, and then we'll go from there. But I don't know what the answer to that would be. Has Rob ever come in a fez? I don't remember were you ever a Shriner?
No.
Okay.
I was working toward being one. But no, I never made it to the Shriner level. But
How do you work toward being a Shriner?
You have to become a Mason first.
Oh,
so
you have to join the Illuminati.
Correct.
Yeah.
I became a Master Mason, and I was going to be a Shriner, but never pursued it any further.
Was it all in the service of trying to get in one of those little go-karts?
Oh,
in a parade.
110%, yes. Notice how I added that extra 10%.
You had to become a Mason first, and then you could become a Shriner.
That's correct. Or you could be, there's another thing, once you become a Master Mason, you can also join the Scottish Rite, if you would like.
Wow.
There's a whole bunch of things you could do. And really all they are is charitable organizations.
Okay,
really.
the Knights of Columbus, growing up Catholic.
Without all the Jesus.
Yes,
Yep.
right.
Yep.
All right. philanthropic organizations
That's really all they are.
that
Everybody
happen
always-
to have amazing headwear.
Yes. Everybody always wants to say that there's like this big top secret thing.
Yeah.
And it's not anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's a charitable fraternity for men.
It's not like when Homer joined the Stonecutters or anything like that.
No, similar.
He's the chosen one.
Yeah.
All right, let me take a break, and then we will return. Our buddy Tom Papa will join us, hat and all. We'll talk about bread. We'll talk about comedy. We'll talk about all of it. 35192 to send me a text. YouTube channel.
Get up to $205 back on a set of 4 select Goodyear tires because safe driving starts with great traction. See store for details. Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Hey you guys, I'm Catherine Legg. I'm a racing driver who's literally driven everything with 4 wheels across the planet. And I've got a new podcast. It's called Throttle Therapy. This season, I'm gearing up to make history, competing in some of the world's most notorious racing events. Listen to Throttle Therapy with Catherine Legg on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Throttle Therapy with Catherine Legg and start listening.
Presented by Elf Beauty, founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports.
New Year's resolutions are just admitting that you were a giant failure last year.
You're failure!
Fortunately, you're among friends here at Failure Central.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'm playing a lot of Warren Zevon music today on what would have been his 79th birthday.
Wow.
And it just so happens that Tom Papa, also an excitable boy in many, many instances.
And I love Warren Zevon.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
God.
He died in 03 and
Jeez.
love Warren Zevon. So
remember his farewell to Letterman?
Yeah.
Oh.
Enjoy every sandwich. He was in that rare position of knowing he was going to die.
Yeah.
Getting all of his friends together, making one last album.
Oh, I'm getting misty-eyed just hearing that.
That's the ultimate "you can't fire me, I quit." Is putting the album together.
And that's what was that tune of "Remember Me When I'm Gone"?
Keep me in your heart.
Keep me in your heart.
Keep me in your heart. Oh, it just gets
devastating.
Gets you right in the feels.
So good. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Tom Papa is in town. He doesn't have to pimp for tickets. He's been sold out as far back as anybody can recall over there at Hilarities. Hilarities, because we were talking about this before, because Hilarities is so widely regarded among the highest echelons of comedy, guys who are normally touring in theaters like you will come in and do dates at Hilarities.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's the only club that I'm doing this entire tour. And it's just because it's the best. And I've been coming here for such a long time, and you've supported me for such a long time. And it's their big anniversary year, so we were like, let's get one on the books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a situation where they call you and say, hey, we'd like you to be part of this, or you call them and say, hey, whatever's going on, let me know?
I think they called I think they called.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I have people that do that.
Sure.
I don't really they don't have my number.
You're not picking up the phone. No, not doing that.
Somebody called somebody who called somebody, and then I approved it.
Well, you'll hear bands and comics to some degree, too, talk about, like, oh, the club, I do these theaters, but the club, it's so fun because it's intimate. Is that still true from time to time? I mean, if Hilarities is the one club you're doing, it's a fantastic club.
Yeah.
Is that still true, or are you kind of like...
Clubs are great.
Yeah.
It's a different energy. You're loose.
It's old school.
You're with them.
You can see everyone.
Yeah, it is different. Even, theaters are great, and you feel like you're doing this big show, and... It's people behave themselves because they're all facing front in the theater, and the seats usually are velvety.
Yep.
And you feel like you have to behave.
Yep.
So that's nice.
And it's not as easy for them to get hammered.
Yeah, right.
They got to go out if they want to drink and then come back.
Yeah, the mission statement isn't fill them with alcohol while this dummy talks for an hour.
There's no check drop or anything like that. Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
Someone asked me on my way here how long I've been coming on this show.
Yeah.
Do you know?
Well, this past December, I just hit my 15th anniversary in Cleveland.
I said 15.
Yeah. I feel like you did my show years ago, maybe once when I was on in Pittsburgh. Used to do the Pittsburgh Improv, I think.
There was another one there, like the Funny Bone
Funny
or something.
Bone.
Yeah.
Jeff Schneider ran the Funny Bone.
Right, long time ago.
But 15 years I've been on in Cleveland.
That makes sense.
Which is very strange.
That makes sense. And Hilarities is 40.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make sense because I don't think comedy started then.
I don't think that comedy's only 20 years old. I think
they have Soupy Sales.
Yeah. Well, we were talking the other day. It's funny about how when people the quote unquote climate that's going on right now, where there's this existential fight or psychological argument people are having with themselves and with other people about the notion of progress.
Mm-hmm.
And are we moving backward? Are we moving forward? And I do like to remind people that there was a time where people like Lenny Bruce were getting arrested on stage because of things that they were saying. So we're not there anymore. We're way beyond that.
Yes.
So it does take different forms.
Yeah, and in different corridors and different parts of life.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. No, stand-up is, you can't, you're like a rebel now in stand-up if you don't swear on stage.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I was watching and listening to your podcast with Anthony Jeselnik.
Oh, yeah.
He's one of my favorite comics. I have always loved what he does. He's from Pittsburgh. He was in high school when I was on the air there. And then he kind of decamped for LA or whatever.
Cool.
But he is just, I'm still such a sucker for jokes,
Yeah.
you know? Not necessarily, I mean, you guys like you who can string them together where it's boom, 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 boom. But I'm still a sucker for like two-liners and, you know, that you never see coming.
That's,
And hearing you two guys talk about just, you know, his line about getting away with it, you know, that he's mentioned, you know, in a couple of different occasions, but it was such a compelling conversation between the two of you guys.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one. And it's great because we are different. So it's like we can have a really kind of a mutual respect of like how you work, and we're not kind of like treading on each other's stuff. And watching this last special, I think he's at his best right now. And then I was at Largo in LA on Saturday, and he was filling up the well, getting all his new stuff. And he has to work, you know, I can come out with a big story and kind of find my way and then trim it down to jokes. He starts with jokes. So he just had 15 minutes of raw Jeselnik trying stuff out that's going to progress. And, you know, you have to be so precise to touch on some of the subjects he does without, you know, having the whole room walk out. So it's really great to watch it in its raw
It's
form.
such a deft hand to be able to do that and to know, like, okay, because he is to the point now, obviously, where people know what to expect.
Right, exactly.
But then you still have to subvert their expectation.
Well, yeah.
On top of that.
Yeah, I would actually say that makes it even harder.
Yeah.
Because now you know, and that's why he's really so good, is that we all know, and especially as a comedian, you know the math of it, and he still surprises you. And that's
the reason I like listening to the two of you talk is I don't think you've ever gotten enough credit for being as quietly dark as you are. I always think of you as being darker than people think you are.
Right.
Because you're in the Seinfeld strata and Gaffigan and guys who are not, you know, really just kind of super organically funny. Obviously, the work goes into it, but it was like, but you more than those guys, there's a darkness in there.
Yeah, you
that
know,
I appreciate.
Thank you. I mean, I'm just dealing with real life, and there's like a darkness to it. So I like to be clean and optimistic. I really do. That's how I live my life. But there's an undercurrent of real life that's always present. So you are going to touch on that. I was selected as the best clean special of the year.
Okay.
From the New York Times. And he mentioned that part. It was like there's a lot of clean specials, but he has a little bit of an edge underneath all of it.
Right. There's a shadow back there that if you squint, you can see it.
Right, right, exactly.
Alan, we're going to see Tom Papa tonight. So excited. Our fourth time seeing him. I was recently diagnosed with breast cancer, so my husband bought these tickets for my birthday because we could use some laughs in our life right now.
Yeah,
Says
scary.
this texter, right?
Well, that's good. Yes. I mean, that's what we're supposed to do. Someone asked me in a thing recently, and they're like, well, you know, what's the job of comedy and all this and satire? And I said, you know, just universally, I think stand up at its best, whatever form it is, Anthony, me, Jerry, whatever, you feel less alone, I think is the key.
So a communal experience. With,
if you can come in and we're all observing, we're all living life, we're all dealing with doctors and dealing with all this stuff, and you kind of feel like you're the only one going through it. And I think when stand-up is at its best, we're all laughing at this stuff, and you feel, oh, these people, that comic, these people are all experiencing the same thing, and we're all going through it, and we're all trying to make the best of it. I think.
Well, and that's the beauty of it too, is because laughter is involuntary, right? You are writing and working things because you know that they will make people laugh eventually, or you'll get them there.
Hopefully,
but we don't know that until it's involuntary, right? You can't make someone laugh.
No,
I mean,
no, exactly.
It's like trying to tickle yourself. It doesn't work.
Yeah,
and so the skill is kind of in that.
I was thinking about that the other day. We don't tickle adults as much as we should.
I hate it.
I know. It's so great when you know someone's ticklish and you come in. No, get away.
I think it's because I think for me, it's nothing fun. There's no fun at all to it. Like, I have a third grader. I love tickling her, but like if she gets one on me or, I hate it because I think as a kid, I got like bullied and beat up so much that it reminds me of that lack of control. You have no control.
No control.
I hate it.
Wiggling.
And it's supposed to be fun.
Yeah, you're laughing.
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to tickle you on the way out.
As usual. No, it's like
it is a funny thing. Like, you can't do it in an interview, but if a coworker or like somebody like just you have your relationship, you're going along for a year or two, and then once on an elevator, just give them a little rib poke,
a little goose, yeah. Well, because you can't do it silently. You got to make a little. You got to go.
Bougie.
You got to make a noise, right? Yeah, depending on
when you tickle your daughter. What's the tickle spot?
Armpits.
Armpits.
Or you get them on the ribs, on the side, or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And it's all for a kid. You can get them with the anticipation. I'll just have a finger dangling over her sternum, and she'll go into fits. And then
it's the best.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
But I'm
going to do that
like
to you.
It at
I'm
all.
totally doing it.
And it's supposed to be fun. That's what sucks for somebody like me. I'm like, this is supposed to be fun, and it couldn't be worse. Tom Papa is on the Grateful Bread tour, which this is if you have tickets to see him at Hilarities this weekend, it's very exciting because it's the only club that he does throughout the entire year. Hold that thought. I got to go waste some money here very quickly. This keyword is for $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. You and I are ineligible, unfortunately. But here you go. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
How is the bread game these days?
Oh, it's on point.
Mm-hmm.
It is really on point.
Every time I see you posting something, you're working some dough.
I know.
It's very inspiring. I haven't gotten there yet. I've never made a loaf of bread.
Why?
I don't know, because I'm like, see? Yeah.
Is that beautiful?
I look at your stuff and I go, man, I should really be getting in on some of this. I haven't done it.
It's really, you cook, right?
Occasionally, yeah.
Occasionally.
Yeah.
It is. I've been doing it for so long, and still, I have pictures of it on my phone. I'm showing it to you like it's my baby.
Yep.
I still, when they come out, first of all, the house is filled with the smell.
Smells great.
It's just, something nice is happening in this house.
Yep.
And then this comes out. I still really marvel at it. I'm still like, wow, look how beautiful that is.
And so do you, are you to the point now where you're never screwing up a loaf? Is it locked in?
Very rarely.
Okay, you're never going to torch it or anything like that?
No, timing of when it's going to proof. Like, it's a process, and sometimes it can overproof, and that means all the gluten gets a little too stretchy, and then it'll come out kind of flat.
Yeah, see, like, you've gotten to the point, you're like a scientist about it. Like,
a little bit.
Yeah.
A little. But there's so much more to know about it. I can't retain all of it. Like, there's this modernist bread book that's literally 12 volumes. It's like this thick. It's crazy how they can really, really get into it. I have a good working knowledge of it, for sure. And I really like experimenting and doing it. The problem is I'm not home.
Well, I was going to say, I have to assume this tops out at hobby level. You're not going to open a boulangerie or something like that with your name all over it.
Yeah, I used to have a joke in my act about the finish line will be bagel shop. My dream is bagel shop down at the Jersey Shore.
Yeah.
Just like you only open from like 8 to 2. Then you walk on the beach. You make bagels for people.
Yeah.
And it seems like a really nice life.
Yeah.
But when you go and hang with people that actually do it, like, even like to do it at 8, that means you're rolling in around 4 in the morning.
So much work.
It's a lot. These people really work, and You walk any place you walk in, and there's a display case filled with these beautiful things that you can eat for breakfast just on your way to work. It's like, I always thought, oh, these are just always here.
They made them at 4 a.m.
Yeah, or even earlier.
Yeah.
So it could be a good life if you kind of make your own hours. I don't know. It's just a fantasy.
Are you still doing the show with Fortune? You guys still do that?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Yeah, and how does that go?
It's going really great.
Yeah.
We've 5 years.
Right.
I mean, 15. So, those years just tick by. You don't even realize it's happening. 5 went like that.
Yeah.
And it's a really good gig because we're both touring comics. So they make it work. If I'm on the road and I have to do a show, I can, as long as there's good Wi-Fi.
In the hotel room?
Our engineer has it all dialed in. We can do the show from anywhere.
Yeah.
So it really is a blessing. It's been really fun. She's great.
So where do you go after Cleveland? You're doing a theater somewhere.
After Cleveland, I'm going to Colorado. I'm going to Steamboat Springs and Aspen next weekend, and then the Moore Theater in Seattle.
Will you stay at the Rabbit Ears Motel in Steamboat Springs?
What's that?
There's a Strawberry Hot Springs up there that I went to years ago. In Steamboat Springs, there's a place called the Rabbit Ears Motel.
Oh, really?
And it's up there in the mountains. It's on the way. And it's clearly, it's like an old event center that they retrofitted into a hotel. So the rooms are these weird shapes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And they
I love that.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
I like staying in places that are weird.
Yeah.
I like a little weird, a little like...
A lot of good hot springs up by there, too.
Yeah?
Yeah. Soak yourself in a hot spring, boy.
Hot springs, I'm learning, there's a wide range.
Yes.
Of family-friendly,
these are
kind of healthy, and then really crazy hippie. I didn't need to see that.
Right. Yeah. Clothing optional.
Yeah.
Strangely, a lot of people optioned for no clothes.
Yeah, a lot of weird woodsy dongs.
Yeah. Woodsy dongs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They like growing stuff covered in vines and misshapen.
Yes. Well, you kind of, they go, hey, my eyes are up here, and you kind of remind yourself that so that you're not.
Yeah, but in those places, they're kind of lurking in the woods. They're like waiting to dip in.
Yeah,
it's weird.
So you live in LA? Or you live in New York?
I live in Los Angeles.
And how is it?
It's
I've been checking in on my.
You've been punched in the nose.
Yeah,
definitely punched in the nose. I'm so tired of these once in a lifetime, once in every 100-year events. I've been through so many of them.
Well, they kind of stopped calling them that, too. They're like, we can't really do that anymore.
Yeah. But, we went through Hurricane Sandy back east, and there was a lot of, beach communities that were wiped out, and, and 9/11 and all these kind of horrible things. And it is horrible, and it definitely is long-lasting, too. Yeah, everyone feels a little more vulnerable than they did before it happened. But you do rebuild, and people do dust off, and they'll be back. They'll come back, and it's the most beautiful real estate in the world, arguably.
Summer before last, we were on the Jersey Shore. We were in Lavalette and staying at a family friend's house or something, one of those huge houses that had clearly been rebuilt after Sandy.
Yeah.
And there was a utility pole out in front of their house on the sidewalk, and there were these giant metal markers. And I asked the lady, I said, what is this? And she goes, well, this is where the water came to. This is where the sand came to.
Whoa,
they were like 6 feet up the poles. Like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
we
crazy.
go to Long Beach Island. Down, it's a little south of that. And when we first got down, the ocean met the bay over the island. Then when we got down there, it's so disoriented because there's no landmarks. You don't know, wait, is this our street?
Right.
Because there's that house that used to be here is now slid over to there. So it's rough. And those fires, there's a lot.
Are you in a spot, though, where you were checking with your wife? Like, hey.
Yeah, we had one Friday night where it was like, pack it up.
Yep.
Figure it out. We're on standby.
Yeah.
And the fire department did it was the ridge of Encino. And it was up there, and the Palisades fire was coming, but it was the Palisades, but there was also one closer to the 405. And
the Eden fire was
if it
coming
had
the other
gotten over that ridge, the valley, everybody towards the valley would have to start running.
I was checking with my best friend lives in Glendale, and I go, are you guys okay? Because the Eden fire was by them. And he's like, it was coming up, and then the wind shifted, so it got really hairy.
Yeah, and then the people in Hollywood, that were dealing with that fire, the Sunset Fire. So it was like all these places that normally you hear there's a fire, there's always fires, and you're like, oh, it's down at the beach and that's up in the mountains. And this is coming towards Ventura Boulevard.
Right.
Like this was like, it got really weird. But that night,
like some John Carpenter type stuff.
They did an amazing job. I just watched the YouTube helicopter going and showing, and these fire people, they just in a truck driving casually just straight through the flames into the thing, and they really did an amazing job. But when that wind, the first like devastating
100-mile-an-hour winds,
it was like a gigantic blowtorch.
Right.
It was 100-mile-an-hour winds on fire, and I don't care what departments, how much water, nothing was stopping this.
Right.
This was an inferno.
Yeah.
It was scary as
And now they're
shit.
getting rain, but it's like a classic good news, bad news situation because they're like, well, it's raining, but now mudslides.
I know.
We got to contend with that. So
but it has to rain a lot for that to be
right.
Like up in Montecito, they had those mudslides, like big boulders on the 101.
Ellen lost her house.
Right. During that one, it was like those are devastating, but it has to rain for a long time. I think we're just going to get a smattering of rain.
Yeah.
But very happy to see it. It's been almost a year since we had a real rainfall.
Smattering of Rain, the new book of poetry from Tom Papa, and who is performing at Hilarities all weekend. And I'm going to let you go. I always love seeing you. Thank you so much for coming
You're the
in.
best.
It's great to see you.
Literally got on. I booked this red eye. I never take a stupid red eye. But I knew you've been such a great pal and a great supporter for so long. I was like, I have to just go see your face.
I appreciate it.
So,
thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And have fun at Hilarities. Tell Nick I said hello.
I will.
And we'll see you again.
All right. Sounds great.
Let me take a break. Anything you want to text, 35192 to do that, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. The playoffs are here.
Oh, yeah. Let's go, fellas.
So let it ride with the Buzzard bookie. With 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can bet any prop, parlay, or point spread without having to hear about it.
And how much did your dumbass lose this time?
Pay your debts, or better yet, make some more bets.
You better not.
When you win $1,000 with the Buzzard bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Sponsored by Great Clips.
At Great
A signed show poster and a catalog of their studio albums on vinyl. All thanks to Metallica.
iHeartRadio has your chance.
Just listen to this station on the new and approved free iHeartRadio app
to win.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is the Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Remember, our devices are always listening to us.
We are.
So if you start to see ads for squeezy salads and wiener milk, you know who to blame. The Alan Cox Show.
WMMS.
How about that Tom Papa, huh?
What a nice dude.
What a little stinker. Funny dude, man. So we're just going to run audio on the YouTube channel today.
Yeah.
Because we had our video people were in there this morning trying to kind of figure some things out and whatever. They figured some things out, but in the process, our audio and video are not syncing properly, and that's not going to be an entertaining experience for anybody who's trying to watch the show.
Unless you love watching poorly dubbed movies, then
yeah.
Godzilla versus the Alan Cox Show is what it looks like today.
Yep. Mothra and Ghidra at it one more time. Next week on the show, a lot of bands coming through we want to hook you up with. Remember Jet?
Yeah.
Jet. Wow.
I was surprised to see that announced.
Me too. Jet is going on tour. They've got Band of Skulls with them here in Cleveland. It's going to go down at the House of Blues on Friday, June 13th. When I was working in Chicago, we used to do a multi-night Christmas show. And this would have been like 06, 07 when Jet was like at the peak of their powers. And they're just an Australian trio, I think. And brought them out, and it was a big theater show. And then I stood backstage and watched them. They were great.
Great band.
I mean, for three guys, boy, they brought it. So Jet at the House of Blues in June, I will have those tickets for you next week. If you want to get out to Incarceration out in Mansfield, the Ohio State Reformatory, that is July 18th, 19th, and 20th. Tattoo and Music Festival, it's Knocked Loose and Beartooth and Marilyn Manson and Slipknot and Lamb of God and massive lineup. That's going to be a great weekend. So we'll get you set up for Incarceration next week. If you want to go see Bayside, remember Bayside? They are celebrating 25 years as a band, and they're doing it with 2 nights at the House of Blues. 2 nights, 2 completely different sets, pulling from their various albums. That'll be first week of April. 9 Inch Nails announced they are going to play the Romo Fijo in August. Those tickets go on sale at noon Wednesday, but I will have them for you all next week around 4:20. That is the Peel It Back tour. A little hometown show for 9 Inch Nails. And then a band called Cold. Remember Cold? These are all like, remember these guys shows? You know, Cold. 25 years ago, had a couple of songs. They have a bald singer named Scooter. And they're doing the House of Blues beginning of April as well. So a lot of shows to get you hooked up for next week on the program. Cavaliers are in Philly tonight to play the 76ers. That is a 7 o'clock tip, so 6:30 pregame. When we get out of here, they will make way for your Cavaliers coverage. Cavs, Sixers, who are currently 15-27. But you never know what's going to happen. So Cavs in Philly tonight on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. I got an email from Andrea. She said, Alan, I'm playing a lot of Warren Zevon today because today was his birthday. He would have been 79. And Andrea in Cuyahoga Falls emails me precisely once a year today on January the 24th because it is Warren Zevon's birthday. It is the birthday of Fiona the Hippo there at the Cincinnati Zoo. It is Neil Diamond's birthday, and it's Andrea's birthday in Cuyahoga Falls. I'm enjoying Alan Cox Show 3.0, and I'm a big fan of the Clit Rattler. Rob.
Hey. All right.
Because he has such a deep voice, just to clarify.
Oh, is that why? Are you sure?
Well, Mrs. Anthony might have something different to say about it, but around these parts, that's where that nickname was derived. So thank you, Andrea. Happy birthday. And blah, blah, blah.
Neil Diamond, huh?
Neil Diamond.
Where do you stand on Neil Diamond?
Love Neil Diamond.
I love Neil Diamond.
My mom listened to a lot of Neil Diamond when I was growing up. Neil Diamond, to me, sounds like a stage name. It sounds like when a Jewish family changes the name to something, but that's his name.
Yeah.
Neil Diamond is his name.
That Live at the Greek album I've listened to about 7 million times.
Yep.
It's just always playing. I love that.
Love on the rocks.
So good.
Ain't no surprise. Pour me a drink and I'll tell you some lies.
Did you ever see him?
I saw Neil Diamond a long time ago.
I never, ever have seen him. I'd love to see him.
Yeah. But The Jazz Singer was a movie, early 80s, that was getting played a lot in my house. Laurence Olivier played his father. The late, great actor Laurence Olivier played Neil Diamond's father. Neil Diamond was torn between two worlds in The Jazz Singer, right? He was a cantor. His father was like a big deal in the synagogue, his Jewish family. And but Neil Diamond, his character, he held within him a deep-seated desire to be a pop singer, to perform for the masses. And his father thought that was a waste of his God-given talents. You were meant to be a cantor in the synagogue. You were meant to represent God's word to the people who come to our synagogue. But Neil Diamond, it was a classic father-son story. It was a classic, I want to be a big, big deal. The Jazz Singer. I don't know that he did a lot of movies. That was supposed to be the thing that was supposed to launch him, I think, into an acting career.
I honestly don't know if I've ever seen it.
I loved it. Now, I haven't seen it for a long time. I think it was probably 1980, 81 that The Jazz Singer came out. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't hold up. But Neil Diamond is still alive. He's 84 years old today, Neil Diamond's birthday.
Are you more of a this type of Neil Diamond, or like I'm Brother Loves Travel and Salvation show all day long?
Yeah, well, that was the stuff my mom was more into. I mean, I think she had a couple of like greatest hits records, but she was playing like Cracklin' Rosie and I Said, and that, you know, so they're coming to America today. Yeah, but now conversely, people. And by people, I mean you, listener. People ruined Sweet Caroline.
100%.
With that bop, bop, bop crap. They ruined Sweet Caroline. But okay, it's a big world. We're all trying to live in a society here. You could have that one. It's not like it was my favorite song. But anytime I hear it even pop up, I'm like, this is terrible. It's awful.
Because you know what's coming.
I mean, just in life. Like, if it were on the radio, I would turn it off.
Well, that's what I mean. They ruined it.
Yeah.
Every single sporting event, everything you go to, they got to play the goddamn song and ruin it. And then shut the audio off so the crowd can go, ba, ba, ba.
Yeah.
Nonsense.
Listen, people like to have fun. There's different definitions of fun. It's fine.
No, it's not.
But hello, Sweet Caroline, whatever. Hello again.
Hello.
So, yeah, Neil Diamond is fantastic.
That live version of Holly Holy on that album is maybe the greatest thing he ever did. Just
Holly
like,
Holy.
Oh, my God. It's so odd to be talking about him this way, but... Oh,
I don't know that I have the live one.
Oh, the Greek? Oh, you got it. I'll give you... You have a turntable? I'll let you borrow mine.
Not in here, I don't.
No, I mean
at home. Oh, at home. Cherry, cherry. Yeah.
This song is so
September Morn, forever in blue jeans, babe. Girl, you'll be a woman soon. A lot of people know that because it was in Pulp Fiction, or they remade it in Pulp. Solitary Man.
Yeah. Come on in the air.
Yeah. I am, I said, I cried.
Not a bad one in the bunch.
No. Song Sung Blues, good. I'm trying to find a bad one. Again, you guys ruined Sweet Caroline. Not Neil Diamond. Shiloh, yeah.
Kentucky Woman's good. Like, there's not a bad song on here. I'm looking through the list.
Kentucky Woman.
So good. I'm telling you, I think the guy gets a bad rap sometimes because everybody thinks it's like the stuff your mom would listen to, which it was, but it translated to me, man. I love this stuff.
Look at you once in a day, that's all wrong, looks all right.
Ah, boy. Thank the Lord for the night.
Uh-huh.
I'm kind of hobbled over here because they have commandeered my other mouse, so that's why I'm going deep here on Neil Diamond.
Little "Thank the Lord for the Nighttime" too is another bop. I mean, come on, dude. Bow, 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 bow.
Uh-huh.
Kind of happy the live stream is down right now, dude. I'm jamming.
I mean, I don't think Magic even plays this stuff anymore,
No,
right?
they don't.
They're too hip for everybody now. They had to kind of update the stuff, but they're not playing. You got the move. That's Sherry.
Yeah, that's Sherry.
Cherry.
She got the way to move, man, Cherry.
She got the way to move, Yeah. Oh, it's the live one. Is that one?
I just set off my watch. A loud environment by my singing.
Yeah. No, Forever in Blue Jeans. I know it sounded like I said Reverend Blue Jeans, but that's not what... Reverend Blue Jeans, babe! That's what they... No, Forever
Reverend be
in
a whole
Blue
lot
Jeans.
cooler if you did.
Yeah. Yeah, all good stuff, boy. But anyway, Andrea emails me precisely once a year on her birthday because she shares it with Warren Zevon and Neil Diamond. Alan, I know Becky from Wayne County. She used to date a guy who was in a Neil Diamond tribute band with his two friends, and they kidnapped his fiance. Was that Saving Silverman?
Yeah.
Speaking
yeah.
of Jack Black,
That was a good movie,
they
too.
were in a Neil Diamond tribute band. Was it called Black Diamond or something? Or
J.D. McNugent was Jack Black's name in that movie.
Wow.
And I remember that because it was the silly scene when he's trying to make the girl remember him. And he's like, you remember me, J.D. McNugent? I was lighting farts with a Bunsen burner and I singed my ball sack.
Right.
Yeah, just always stayed with me. My brother and I would say that line constantly.
J.D. McNugent.
Yeah.
Alan, if only we could have had a Sweet Caroline cover done by Jimmy Buffett.
Shut up. Just shut up.
Listen, nothing is going to make that worse than, drunken college kids. One bop, bop, bop.
Cherry baby.
All right. Crack the music, give me a smile. I don't even know what crackling. What is crackling, Rosie? I never understood this. When I was a kid,
Get on board.
I don't think I knew what he was talking about.
I don't know what he's talking about now.
Some hippie stuff.
I'm being told that we can turn the live stream back on. She said let's see if it works. I'm cautiously optimistic, Alan.
All right.
We'll go that way.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes.
Here we go. On.
On, yes. I never
on.
hit. Hey, I never hit stop streaming, so.
No, I didn't either. I just was showing a black screen.
Gotcha.
And that actually worked out perfect. Now we're back on, and no one saw me dancing and singing all of those Neil Diamond songs. So it works out very well. It's almost like we planned it.
Almost.
Like
we planned it.
Mm-hmm.
Reverend Blue Jeans, babe. Yeah.
Of the Kansas City Blue Jean family.
There you go. Yeah. Okay, what else? What did we not get to? Forever Blue, September Morn is a good song. Right? Hot August Night, that was the live record, right?
Yep.
Hot August Night. I remember my mom played that. And I Got the Feeling, she played.
For just a while. Stay and let me look at you.
But I mean, just his voice is so clean. You know what I mean? Like, just the quality of his voice is so clean.
Standing in the door.
Yeah, my mom had the Stones album, and she had...
It was Love at the Greek, actually, it was called. I said live. It was Love at the Greek.
Crunchy... Yeah, he had a song called Crunchy Granola, which, again, I didn't understand either, but that was...
Well, that I
guess it's self-explanatory, but he's singing about granola?
No, he's probably singing about, like, hippies.
Oh, crunchy granola. Oh, I see.
Right?
Oh, he's banging girls with, like, full bush?
Huge
Is that
bush.
What he's, yeah, okay.
70s bush.
Yeah.
I mean, this was 70s, so...
Right.
I guess it was just then bush.
Yep. Looked like they had Cassius Clay in a leg lock.
Ones that start mid-thigh. Work their way up.
Wow, that happy trail goes all the way up to your sternum.
That is a bush.
That is some crunchy granola you got going there. Good Lord. All right, anyway. That's a lot of fun.
Not a bad one in the bunch.
That's a lot of fun. Neil Diamond. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, my mom had all of those 70s records. She had You Don't Bring Me Flowers and Taproot Manuscript and all that stuff. Cold Water Morning. He ain't heavy. He's my brother. I am the lion. Remember, I am the lion?
What a messed up song that is, too.
Yeah. Yeah, this one had kids singing in it. I was like,
he ain't heavy. He's my brother.
Yep.
Doesn't take away from the fact he's still heavy.
Yeah, well, your brother's fat.
Stop making fun of my fat brothers, all that guy was saying.
He ain't heavy. My brother.
Oh.
Yeah, these are all very strange. But he was a stud back in the day, too, right? I mean, now he's 84, and he looks it, but he's still got the voice. You know, so yeah, he and the Dink, Engelbert Humperdinck, they're both still out there doing the do.
Is Neil still on the road?
Neil Diamond, I believe, still tours.
Oh, my God. If he does, I got to go.
At 84 years old today. Yeah. Neil Diamond live. He's in Westbury, New York. Wow. Next month, he'll be playing Ottumwa, Iowa, and Hartford, Connecticut.
Oh, that's where that was old stomping grounds for me. I could have shot over to Hartford.
He is one of the best-selling musicians of all time. He has sold more than 130 million records worldwide.
But did he outsell the Beatles and Elvis and our friend Zamfir?
Zamfir, master of the pan flute, and Richard Clayderman, pianist. I don't know if Neil Diamond is coming to Northeast Ohio anytime soon. Looks like he's doing like some
New England
little music centers and things like that. Salisbury, Mass.
Yeah, he's doing. That's what he's not traveling far. He's old. He's like, all right, I'll do New England.
He's going to Australia.
Oh well, never mind.
He's going to Sandy Bay in March.
That's a
couple of
flight.
shows. Yeah. So he's still out there flying the flag. You know.
Yeah. Everybody's big introduction to him, I think, was America, right? Like that thing would rear its head every 4th of July. Some radio station would blow the dust off and play it.
They're coming to on the boats and on the planes. Yeah.
All about immigrants.
Right.
Strikes a particular chord these days, but yeah.
Well, maybe he'll update it. I don't know his particular brand of politics, and I don't want to know, quite frankly.
No. It's good to never ask that question to anyone, ever.
I mean, listen, he's an 84-year-old man, so there probably some things have shifted from when he was a young performer.
I don't know, dude. Any guy who's going to write a song like this about open arms America to immigrants, I think his politics are probably what you'd think they would be.
I guess so. Imagine he updates it.
Yeah.
We're getting them out of America.
Screw all of you immigrants today.
Throwing them on the boats and on the planes. Pushing them out over Latin America. Strap a parachute and hope for the best.
We don't care just where you go. Get your ass to Mexico.
They're like, I'm not from Venezuela. Too bad.
Today.
This is where you get out. But still, an anthem for people looking for a better life in these United States. All right, I got a break. They come
today.
Well, he's had a lot of wives, I'll tell you that. These women couldn't handle him. He's a hard man to tame. He's like, bitch, I sold 130 million records worldwide. What are you talking about?
I am?
Yeah.
I am Neil Mother-Loving Diamond.
Neil Diamond. Thank you very much. So, happy birthday to him. I've got to take a break. A Monster Jam tickets for you, backed by popular demand. That is no joke. It's not just marketing. It's going to be mid-February at the Romo Fijo. All of your favorite trucks are going to be there. And lots more. Go to monsterjam.com for the details.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Even more delicious options. Fast, easy, and affordable. Swing by Circle K today for great meals at unbeatable prices.
You hungry? You know you are. We got chicken fingers, crunchy. Fries are golden crispy, baby. Yo, don't forget about the cane sauce, baby. Ooh, wait, here's the spot. Hello.
Have you made your favorite station a preset on our new and improved iHeartRadio app?
Wait, what?
What about your favorite podcast?
You could do that? Yeah, you really can.
Whatever you choose, it's as easy as a tap to make a preset. And with the all-new live radio dial, it's easier than ever to discover new stations you'll love. Plus a new trending section and the lyrics to all your favorite songs.
Love the new look of the iHeartRadio app, guys.
It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's time to give stuff away with Alan Cox.
All right, I want to go for the return of Monster Jam roaring back into Cleveland. Get it? By popular demand, it is the 14th, 15th, and 16th of next month at the Romo Fijo. 4 performances in all to see your favorites: Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Megalodon, and lots more. All your favorite Monster Jam trucks. It's loud, and it's dirty, and it's crazy fun. MonsterJam.com has the info for you and the tickets and all that. You'll get my last pair this week. Good luck. 4 pack of tickets for Monster Jam. For caller number 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
When you realize things could always be worse, he'll be here to prove you right.
Correct.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I went home with the waitress the way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too?
Cavaliers play tonight in Philly. They're coming off a 1-point loss against the Houston Rockets. But it has done nothing to tarnish their stellar reputation there in the NBA. Still the best team in the league. So they're in Philly tonight to play the 76ers. That's a team that's slightly underwater. And 7 o'clock is your tip-off. So 6:30 when we get out of here is when your pregame coverage will begin. And you have a few days remaining through the end of the month. You have precisely 1 week. Next Friday will be the last day that you can use the promo code Garland for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. Then we will have a new, probably sometime next week, we'll have the February promo code for you. But you can use Garland through the end of next Friday for 20% off. You're in one of their stores, you can use it. There's always new MMS merch, too. I just got 2 of the brand new MMS t-shirts yesterday. They look awesome. We're always dropping new pieces.
That World Series of Rock one is awesome.
It looks
I
great.
love that shirt.
Yep. So if you want to make sure the WMMS merch is part of your drip, then make sure you use that promo code. Save yourself some money, no matter how many times you want to use it. Dr. Ryan Bergland will join us in the 5 o'clock hour. It has been a minute since he's been here. We do a segment called Is It Red? And it's for guys. He is a surgical urologist with the Cleveland Clinic, and he has joined us for many, many years trying to help you guys out. You got some strange things going on down there where it counts, and hopefully he'll be able to help. So if you're able to listen live, we'll take your calls and texts and all that. If you're not, you can email me a question ahead of time, and I'll sock it away and line it up and put it in the queue, and then try to get to Dr. Bergland later on. So Ryan Bergland for Is It Red? He'll be coming over from the Cleveland Clinic later on. I was reading about people who have apparently the App Store won't let you put TikTok back on your phone if you took it off. So unless you still have TikTok on your phone, I didn't realize that people were removing TikTok from their phones. It seems a little short-sighted. I don't know. But supposedly there are iPhones that still have TikTok on them that are on eBay for $50,000 or something. I mean, listen, you can put anything on eBay, right? And just put whatever fakakta price you want on there. And if nobody buys it, it doesn't matter if it's $5 or $50,000. I don't think there's any indication that people are buying these phones. But because TikTok is not available, unless something changed today, but TikTok not available in the App Store.
Let's take a look.
I mean, why would it not be in the App Store? I mean, if
because I think it's pending, right?
They got a reprieve.
But whether it stays or not, I think that was kind of part of the thing, was to hit pause on new downloads
on new downloads.
Yeah, so I think if you had it, you're fine. I have it. I didn't delete it, so I can sell my phone for $10,000. You're saying?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's on my phone too. Maybe I just re-upped my phone, but maybe I'll just wipe mine and I'll put it on eBay. And again, if a phone is sitting there for $50,000, that means that no one has bought it for $50,000. But there are 9,000 listings on eBay for smartphones with TikTok on them. So under those circumstances, you could pick out what kind of phone you want. Got TikTok on it. So not technically shut down, as Rob said, but trying to find an American buyer. So not available in the iPhone or Android app stores due to liability concerns.
So anyone listening, I have a phone with TikTok on it that I'm willing to sell for $10,000.
Hey!
You know what? I'll give you a deal. I'll sell it for $5,000.
How about a happy medium? $7,500.
No, man. I'm not looking to hurt anyone. I'm not trying to get rich here.
$5,000
you can have my phone
with TikTok on it. Okay.
And all the pictures of my penis that's on here as well. You can have all of them.
Uh-huh.
It's $5,000.
Wow. Now, how much would the pictures alone be worth?
Like 50 cents.
50 cents.
Yeah.
Okay. So it would be $4,999.50.
Without the penis pictures.
I gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You know, I've never sent I've sent precisely one D pic in my entire life, but it was from the kitchen to the living room.
Yeah, I know. It was really weird. I was sitting at the Christmas dinner table when you sent it, and I was slightly uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I was like, well,
Rob, what
Merry
is that?
Christmas to you as well, Alan.
Is that a terrarium? What is that? Are you keeping snails? Close-up of a terrarium?
Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Hey.
That's fantastic.
Who wants to cut the bird for Thanksgiving? Yeah, no, obviously it's easy for people of an older generation, Gen X like us. It's easy for us to go, oh, these kids and their technology and blah, blah, blah. But you're just kidding yourself if you don't think we would have done the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I would have. I don't know that I would be because I think I at least have the wherewithal to realize that no one really, unless you're further down the road with your significant other, no one wants to see a picture of your dog.
No.
It's even if you got a great piece going, and I think mine's okay. The lighting's bad. You never have it. There's angles and things. That's why guys get in trouble for sending them because they're always unsolicited.
The UDP.
Yeah. So I don't know that I would be. I genuinely don't think I would be that guy if I were growing up in this era. I'm sure there are all kinds of other things that I would do that would be bad decision making.
You mean to just randomly send them? Is that what you're saying? Or you're saying if someone were to ask you for one, you still wouldn't send it?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, look at the people that have gotten in trouble for that.
Well,
over
that's what I'm
the years,
saying.
too,
Like,
right?
listen, if somebody, and you have no way of knowing, all you can do is, listen, if you don't trust someone, then you shouldn't be doing that stuff anyway. And you never know what somebody's going to do, if they get angry with you or whatever. So it seems best practices to just not do it. But I understand in the moment why people do it.
Boy, I wish I'd joined the show years ago. It would have been good information to have.
Well,
I mean, I just send them to everybody.
Everyone.
All the time. It's
okay.
Like just a Christmas card type of thing. Here you go. Here's one for you. Pow. For you. Uh-huh.
Well, that means you know your angles.
That's right.
They're like, what is this, guerrilla marketing for Dune? Well, what am I looking at here? Is that Shai Hulud? What is... So, yeah, there's all kinds of phones on eBay that have TikTok on them. iPhone 14 that's up there at $7,500. One person has that in their cart, so I guess they're mulling it over. But my thought is, you got some balls on you if you're offering a phone with TikTok for 5 figures and the buyer still has to pay for shipping. I'd be like, bro, shipping is on me.
I'll deliver it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're in Oregon? That's all right. I'll drive.
I sell a lot of gear on an app called Reverb. It's for musical gear and it's for recording gear and things like that, and I sell things on there pretty regularly. I always pick up the shipping. I'm like, I'll take the shipping. Don't you worry about it. I'll handle it. But for people who are just desperate, and again, it's an interesting story, but I can't imagine that people are clamoring to that degree to get their phone with TikTok back on it. I mean, if you were somebody where TikTok was part of your livelihood, I can't imagine you deleted it off your phone.
I don't know, man. You saw a lot of people doing really stupid stuff when they thought this thing was going away.
Oh, I know.
Like
I saw a
admitting
video
all their trained secrets and.
I saw a video of a girl who got a TikTok, RIP TikTok tattoo on a gravestone. And then her friends are like, it didn't go away, right?
Oh, that's great.
2016 to 2025. And her friends are like, yeah, it didn't go away.
TikTok's back.
Wait.
They're like, hey, TikTok's back.
Get the tattoo and the cover up the same day.
It was only gone for 2 hours or 12 hours or whatever it was.
It was like 12 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even really gone. You could still see it in the background, and it had like that, let's hope President Trump does the right thing message. And then 12 hours later, thank you, President Trump, for saving TikTok.
Yeah. So somebody points out that years ago, there was a game called Flappy Bird. Does anybody remember Flappy Bird? That was a big deal, but the guy who created it ended up pulling that app from the App Store, and there were people selling their phones that had Flappy Bird installed on eBay too. But the thing is, I think when you get to that point, eBay tends to step in and go, this is a little too hinky. There's some liability here.
Was that the precursor to Angry Birds?
I don't remember if Flappy Bird predated Angry Birds.
It does, again, going back to the
because the thing is,
thing.
If you're going to, this is what I understand. When you sell something on eBay, they're like, the phone has to be wiped. So I don't understand this. If you were to buy one of these on eBay, they would say these have to be like factory reset phones. If you're selling your phone, it's got to be wiped. So I don't know. There's ways to get around everything.
Yeah, I'm sure you
But there are 9,000 listings for smartphones on eBay that have TikTok on them.
You probably just delete all of your personal information and leave the phone open. Would be my guess, right? Like you take the SIM card out of it.
Leave TikTok on it.
Yep.
Alan, if Rob can delete TikTok, I'll take the penis pictures for the 50 cents. See, they're going the other way.
It's a package deal.
Yeah.
That's also what I thought when you said Flappy Bird.
That's what somebody else pointed out. Yep,
yeah,
that's what Rob's picks are mistaken for. Mm-hmm. Here's $1,000. Maybe it'll get you on your way to get one of them TikTok phones off of eBay here. $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Last handful of keywords this week will happen on the show today, and then we'll start again on Monday. So listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey, I wanted to fly the Alan Cox Show flag at half staff for the Velvet Dog, downtown Cleveland on West 6th, that has been there a long, long time. I've done any number of appearances there over my tenure in Cleveland. They've been there for more than 25 years. And it's always, it had a reputation of sorts, but most of those places down there on West 6th did. I don't think I'd been there for a few years. I might have poked my head in once or twice in the past few years to get a pop or meet a friend or something like that. I remember some years ago, we used to do the St. Patty's Day bar crawls, and there was a 5K run that was associated with that in downtown Cleveland. And I think it was the last year before COVID, maybe. And the rooftop at Velvet Dog had iced tea and cocoa up there making an appearance. And so we went up and saw them very quickly. But the Velvet Dog, which has been in downtown Cleveland for a quarter century, is closing its doors. And I'm sure somebody is ready to get in there and scoop that property up. You know, increasingly, a lot of these clubs, they're kind of between a rock and a hard place because, you know, you might end up with a clientele that doesn't have your best interests at heart. Who knows? But last call is going to be on February the 1st. Clearly the end of an era for downtown Cleveland. Saturday night, February the 1st. Last call. That'll be it. So the last 2 weekends there for Velvet Dog. Want to get in there, have a dance, reserve yourself one of them VIP tables. Who knows? One last weekend to get ripped off for bottle service. And who can't get behind that? I love West 6th. I don't care what anybody says. We used to do the Cox Out down there on West 6th before some interested parties got their undies all in a twist. But listen, I love West 6th. I have a lot of fond memories of appearances and running into people. We used to do a bit on the show called Drunk West 6th Girls, where I would write a bunch of questions, and I would send an intern out and ask drunk girls on West 6th what they thought. And it was a lot of fun. They'd come up with all kinds of crazy. Here, give me a...
I'm trying to get the number for Johnny Manziel's Coke dealer. You know where I could get that?
There you go. And they go, what? That was when Matitude was one of my interns, right?
No, but he's probably in jail by now because I heard there's a drought.
No, she's not drunk enough, though.
Why does your deaf aunt keep sending me naked selfies?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a deaf aunt, nor does anyone send you.
So, yeah, sometimes, you know, after a while, people see you coming.
See, I was hoping that the aunt actually was deaf. And they're like, how did you know about my aunt? Oh, my God. Aunt Cheryl.
Yeah. Matitude knows all.
America. Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, or Kim Jong-un.
I don't know what's going on there. I don't know who that is.
Is it F, Marry, Kill?
Yeah, but I don't know who the intern was. I don't know what the question was.
What do you think is worse, hitting a kid while you're driving drunk or picking up and having sex with a guy in the bar who's really ugly and has no job?
That's so stupid.
Ugly and no job.
That's worse than hitting a kid when you're driving drunk on the way home, is her point.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, it was funny because you said iced tea and cocoa on the rooftop, and I was like, why would they serve those two things? Like, only that? Like, is that? I swear to God, that's what I thought. And then you're like, they did an appearance, and I was like, oh.
Ice-T, the rapper slash fake cop,
mm-hmm.
and his wife, Coco.
From the band Body Count. Ice-T.
Yes.
Yep, got it.
And what's her real name? Aren't they Stacy and Tracy?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, her name's Nicole. Oh, Coco. Okay. His name's Tracy.
I swear, I honestly thought you were talking about beverages.
Ice-T, the rapist, and Coco, his wife. Yeah, they're up there. Ice-T's been on the show a handful of times over the years. That was the only time that I had ever spoken to Coco, but they couldn't have been nicer for as many people as were up there. They were very, very nice. So, R.I.P. Velvet Dog. You will be missed. I'm sure something else will go in there. I don't know if it'll be a club. I don't know if it'll be a bar. But they've been there for a long, long time. They've seen it all. They've done it all. I'm going to take a break. You want those Shinedown tickets? I think they went on sale this morning. Shinedown is on their Dance Kid Dance 2025 tour, and it will bring them to Cleveland, and they will perform for you with Bush and Morgan Way. They're going to do the Romo Fijo in August. So we'll have those tickets coming back. 35192. Text for anything else, and you can watch live on the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel.
The Alan Cox Show. WMMS. Buzzard Radio. Away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, Shinedown is going on the Dance Kid Dance Tour. That's the new album and the new song. They've got Gavin Rossdale and Bush opening up the tour. And Morgan Wade. She's lovely. She's very talented. All three bands at the Romo Fijo in August. Tuesday night, the 19th. The tickets went on sale this morning, I believe. RocketMortgageFieldhouse.com for any and all information, tickets and info, whatever you need if you strike out here. I have one more pair of tickets for you this week to see Shinedown on the headlining tour. Good luck, caller 10. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Ozempic is expensive. Want to really lose your appetite? You've come to the right place. It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
This is the new one? This is the title song, yeah?
Dance Kid Dance.
Dance Kid Dance.
That's clearly a Shinedown song, man.
Definitely sounds like him. Next week, I will have tickets for a whole slew of shows coming for you, not least of which are 9 Inch Nails, who have announced that Cleveland, the homecoming show, is going to be part of the Peel It Back tour. And they don't go on sale until Wednesday at noon. RocketMortgageFieldhouse.com. So Monday and Tuesday, I will have them for you before they go on sale. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you'll get them from me as well. So the show is August 31st at the Romo Fijo. That is Labor Day weekend. So if you're lucky, you got Monday off. So 9 Inch Nails on the Peel It Back tour. I was trying to figure out who they've got in that support slot, but I don't know if they've even announced it yet. Not like that really even matters. It's going to be an amazing show anyway, but I'm always curious to know who they're bringing out with them. I got tickets for Bayside next week. I'll have Incarceration weekend passes for you. Jet is back on the road. They're going to do mid-June at the House of Blues. Want to see them? I'll hook it up. And the band Cold is going back out on the road, celebrating 25 years of their album 13 Ways to Bleed on Stage. I think that was the biggest success that they had with that album. 25 years, Jesus Christ. Cold with September Morning and University Drive are going to do the Cambridge Room at the House of Blues, the very beginning of April. Dr. Ryan Bergland from the Cleveland Clinic is going to join us in the 5 o'clock hour. We do a segment here called Is It Red? If you are a newer listener or viewer, he's a surgical urologist with the Cleveland Clinic and comes in to answer questions relating to guys in the strike zone who might have some problems going on down there. And over the course of all the years he's been coming on and giving us his expertise and his advice where he can. People have called and said he very well may have saved my life. And so he deals with a lot of, let's just say if Rob showed him the pictures on his phone, he might be able to ascertain if there were any issues.
Does this look funny to you?
Yeah. Like funny ha-ha or funny weird.
Like
or
hilarious. Does this look funny?
Hilarious. So Dr. Bergland will be here in the 5 o'clock hour. So if you're able to listen live, we'll take your emails and your calls and your texts. If you listen on the podcast, you're not even hearing this right now.
Ugh.
But you could email me questions. Some people prefer to do that, and I'll try to get to them. You got to step out in a few minutes, don't you?
Yeah. Speaking of podcast.
See, Rob is still the program director here at WMMS, even though he's now part of the show. And with that, occasionally comes some difficulties.
Well, so
we're on the air, and you have to go have a conference call
about the podcasting.
Yes.
I don't understand. So I've been bitching since I've been almost 3 years in July. It'll be 3 years that I've been here. Since I got here, I've been bitching about the podcasting. For you, for Rover, everybody. It just sucks.
You mean the fact that like commercials will play when we're
nowhere.
talking? Yeah, right.
And my thing to them has always been, look, this is a radio talk show. It is not a podcast. If you're listening to Smartless and someone cracks a joke and it goes right into a commercial, nobody cares because that's what they're used to listening to a podcast. But when you're listening to this show, if I'm talking right now and it plays a commercial, that's a problem.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to hear it. So finally, thank God, we have a conference call today. And I said, look, I'm on the air. And they're like, yeah, too many schedules to adjust. You're going to do 4. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. I'll let Alan know.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fine. No worries. Yeah, first off.
I'm going to do a solo half hour, baby.
Yeah, well, hopefully it doesn't
fun.
take that long. I would much prefer it to be a quick, okay, yeah, we have a fix. But I have a really, really good feeling that when I get back in here at 4:30, you're going to see smoke coming out of my ears. My face is going to be beat red, and
You're not
nothing
gonna
will
get
be
any
resolved.
answers.
No.
Yeah. How frequently do those things happen and you walk away go, I feel like we really accomplished something.
Well, they're like,
really good.
We're going to have some muckety mucks on the call, so, something might get done. It's not. Now it's just they're going to know that it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Which maybe something will get done if they know it doesn't work. But it also happens with a live stream, too. Like, that's the whole thing now. Remember, it used to be like they would do like those 10-minute podcast promos in commercials to fill space? Well, now
you mean during the podcast?
During the live show. Like when you're on, it'll just start playing instead of fill. Like it'll fill up a commercial commercial time with a song.
Okay.
So now it'll play like there's 30 seconds left before we rejoin this show, right? They'll start playing I don't know, say Sweet Caroline just for the fun of it.
Sure.
Right? So that song 3 minutes and change, that means it'll rejoin your show 3 minutes and change late.
Oh, I see.
Right? So they're like, oh no, it'll make up for it during the stretch time. So when you're back in content, it'll catch up. And I'm like, it's not a music show. It's not going to catch up in time.
Yeah, this company has so many. They tend to forget that they have live talk shows on the air in a variety of their radio stations, and that causes some problems. Unfortunately, you have to engage with that kind of stuff. I don't. I'm fortunate in that it's very frustrating, but I don't have to get into the nitty-gritty of it. I'm busy doing this.
And see, I'm here, and I'm doing all this, right?
Right.
I'm animated.
Yes.
Tell them how it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to get a glare from somebody when I say something stupid. And I'll just be, okay.
Yeah, but why is that stupid? I would think that they would want a degree of, why is everybody dancing around candor?
Because, I mean, you know how it works.
No,
right?
I do know how it works, but if
every-
everybody is trying to get to the bottom of what the issue is, you go, well, here's the problem, and how do we...
Oh, no, we'll definitely say all of that.
Yeah.
But it'll be, I know.
You mean your tone?
Correct. Yeah, because I can't.
I get that at home.
I got to figure out a way how to tell the baby it's ugly without, or telling the parents the baby's ugly without telling them the baby's ugly.
Gotcha. That is some snuggly baby.
Sure is. It's a handsome baby.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's going to be in 4 minutes I get to.
Alan, I've never had problems with the commercials appearing in the wrong place on my Android. Do they address whether or not it's a platform issue, like iOS or Android? Is
We've had
it,
problems on both. We've had, it's, I mean, literally, man, 2.5 years of time I've been having the exact same conversation. Up until 2 days ago, you were on emails about this. Oh, the opening segment doesn't play. Oh, it's you're supposed to put a thing there. So you put a thing there, and guess what happens? You don't get the goddamn show. It's incredible.
It's pretty wild.
It is wild.
Yeah. Well, I'm just pleased that I can avoid all of those conference calls.
But it's new and improved, and hopefully that means it will work after this.
Yeah.
With some sort of resolution.
Okay.
So.
Well, I'm probably going to do sperm news while you're gone, so I hope that you don't miss it.
It's my favorite segment.
Yeah, I know.
All right, well, have fun.
But that's probably what I'll do.
Okay. Don't miss me too much.
Oh, we will.
All right.
People will go, hey, what's going on out there? And, they're going to want updates, and I'm not going to have an update for them.
I'll just stand in the window here, and I'll raise my hands.
Yeah,
and you can
okay.
See going like this, you'll know what's going on.
Some semaphore, you got flags out there that we can...
I'll rate you notes.
Okay.
I'll give you a thumbs up if it's going good, thumbs down.
How many people are on this conference call?
I don't know. I saw some of the names, and I was like, ooh, they did go to the top. But whether they all join, who knows?
Is there any chance that you'll be able to maybe bail prematurely if you flash some of those pictures from your phone?
I've already sent them.
So they'd have them. They can put them up on them.
I pre-send them so that way they know what's going on, who they're dealing with. I figure that's how I establish my dominance in conference calls.
This is on Teams?
Yeah.
Everyone's favorite platform?
Oh, the best.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, have fun.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you got it.
Okay, bye.
All right, so there's this dude out there in Slavic Village. This was like, I don't know if this was an independent news source that put this out there or what. And the people in the neighborhood are not pleased with this guy. This is a guy who is paying rent for a piece of industrial property or something. And he is got a video on YouTube, and he's telling people, hey, I'm paying money for porn. And if you're over there in the Slavic Village neighborhood, obviously there's a lot of churches and things over there. And there's a studio that's operating. It's called Fleet Ave JB. Right on Fleet Avenue, as the name implies. And as another organization vacated this building, this guy apparently is paying to be there or something. And he is like, I make adult content, and I'm looking for girls to do porn. Amateur pornography. And he's got some video online, and he's like, hey, I'm out here, I'm paying for porn. But going to his website, you figure out pretty quickly, he's the only guy in the porn. So now people are trying to figure out, okay, is this on the level? Because obviously pornography, it's not illegal, it is legal. And so he's like, I'm offering cash. He gets into the nitty gritty. It depends on what you look like. That's what will determine how much money you're getting. And sounds like he's checking the boxes. He's like, you got to have proper ID. You got to have the consent forms. We got to know that you're healthy. And you've got to be willing to produce some promotional content. Let me play this.
What's up? Trying to make extra money? I'm hiring for porn. Must be 18 or older with a ID, a recent My Chart. Must be able to do a nude video saying, come watch me on Fleet.
You need a recent My Chart is what he's saying, right? I got to know you're not buggy.
Must be able to do a nude video saying, come watch me on fleetavjb.com so I can see how you look. All actresses make different amounts of money. So I can't tell you how much you will make without seeing how you look. I need to see that you have ID and you are over 18.
Right. Okay, so it's a real quick video. It's about 30 seconds. The title is just Need Cash, and he kind of quickly flashes what looks like a wad of cash, but who knows? And so the people in the neighborhood are none too pleased to find out that this is going on. And so he's got the other people in the neighborhood essentially against him, calling the legitimacy of his business into question. And so it gets to the point where they're probably, going to run this guy out of the neighborhood. He hasn't registered anything, I don't think. He just operates his website. And again, if you go to it, there are videos there, but he's the only guy in them. So some people are suggesting, okay, well, this guy is just doing this to get laid, which again, not illegal. Obviously, he can't upload any of those videos to YouTube. And not that many people are seeing this video. It's got 160 views. So, and again, to this particular video, there's no production value to it. This seems to be this guy doing the least amount he possibly can to get the attention of people. And the videos themselves, which I perused for research purposes, the videos themselves, just the women seem to be people that maybe he knew were already engaged in this kind of activity or whatever. So now everybody is going at this guy, trying to figure out what's legit and what's not. They're hitting up the landlord. But, the landlord's like, look, I can't just evict somebody if they're paying to be here, because if they're not doing anything illegal. So they're trying to, everybody over there in Slavic Village, it sounds like they got knives out for this guy. And, people who live there, obviously. But this is no different than people who are probably living in that same neighborhood doing OnlyFans content in their own homes. They're not maybe publicly talking about it like this guy. He's just looking for some ladies to make a little bit of extra money. And nothing wrong with that. But it sounds like they're coming for him because people are implying that this is all pretty skeevy. And again, yeah, a lot of it looks pretty skeevy. But if you're not doing anything illegal, then you can't, because obviously that's the difference between pornography and legally, the difference between pornography and prostitution. People talk about this all the time. They go, why is porn legal and prostitution isn't? It's a very fine distinction, but legally, that's what it is. Pornography is considered protected under the First Amendment. It's considered artistic expression. And thank God for that. I still say porn actresses they're doing the hard work. They are amazing actresses. Everybody gives porn actresses a hard time for being bad actresses. They are the best actresses. They're pretending they're having a great time. You might have an okay time your first shoot of the day. But, your 10th in a couple days, you ain't having fun anymore. But so when people get into those arguments about prostitution, which is money for sex, and so is porn, one is considered free speech. And that there are levels of people in between. Usually porn, the person paying the money is not the person having sex, whereas prostitution, you are paying a person for sex directly. So there's all these weird barriers in between the two, but when people ask, that's what they talk about. But this is just a guy who is paying to be in a building over there in Slavic Village. And to me, it's no different than if people are doing OnlyFans content in their house. He's looking to post stuff. This is an independent businessman. What's the matter with that? It sounds like he's doing his diligence. He don't want to get in trouble. He's trying to build a business. Now, again, I don't know anything about this guy other than what they're pointing out in this article. And he could very well be running afoul of some laws. This particular guy, he's already got a rap sheet for a whole bunch of other things. So the people over there in Slavic Village are like, it's just not a vibe we're looking for over here. And you figure if this thing, if they get a lot of steam going behind this movement, you're going to have people who live over there really going after this guy. Is he as ugly as he sounds? Somebody asked. I mean, listen, it's not Brad Pitt. Right? That's why people are kind of dunking on this guy. They're like, wait a second. The only dude in these videos is you. And he's, but again, 160 views on the video. So the women who see this, again, I don't know if any of the women in these videos saw this video. It looks like people that might already live I don't know. But the people who own the building, they're like, there's nothing, to the best of our knowledge, there's nothing illegal going on. I don't have a legal reason to evict these people. But if you've ever lived in a neighborhood where there's something going on, the term public nuisance gets really, really broad, depending on how many Karens you got in your neighborhood and how much free time they've got. They can spend a lot of time driving home that whole public nuisance thing. And they'll get you on permits and things like that. It's like this Bonnie Blue girl. We've talked about Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips. These are the two girls getting all the press because they're going to bang 1,000 guys or whatever. Lily Phillips did it, or did 100. Bonnie Blue was the one, I think, who beat her to the punch. That she contends that she banged 1,000 guys. And this is going to be, except OnlyFans banned her. This was going to be part of her whole thing. Imagine you do all this, and you might have seen the viral video of the mom. A lot of the faces were blurred, obviously. But like the mom that somehow finds her son at this thing and drags him out or screaming. And I don't know if she did that before or after he finished. But imagine you go through this with the intended purpose of monetizing it on OnlyFans. You figure if you're going to do it, you're going to do it there. This Bonnie Blue girl. 1,000 guys, if in fact that's what she did. She's 25, said she did 1,057 guys in 24 hours. This is a couple of weeks ago. and she was going to drive subscriptions to her OnlyFans. And OnlyFans said they're going to ban the video. So I don't know what your recourse is there. Because OnlyFans is really, they like to point out it's not just sex. They go, oh, we've got people over here doing cooking videos, and we've got people. Yes, technically you do. But people aren't going there for that. You know, our friend Tom Papa, who was in here earlier, bakes a lot of bread, posts a lot of bread baking videos on his social media platforms. If he were to post some bread making videos on OnlyFans, yes, there would be bread videos on OnlyFans. That's not why people are going to OnlyFans. I've never once, I know they're there, but I've never once clicked on an OnlyFans link and it's like, oh, it's a cooking show. But obviously there's a ceiling for all the other stuff with OnlyFans. So for whatever reason, they banned this video from OnlyFans. I don't know where you find it now. She did this in a mansion a couple of weeks ago, and she put the word out, said, hey, I need 1,000 guys. According to her, 1,000 guys came through. 4 or 5 at a time. There's no shortage of videos of her describing the process. 4 or 5 guys in a room, you know, they had to keep it going. Had to keep the train running on time, as it were. And so, but OnlyFans says we're not going to host this video. But imagine you've gone through this with 1,000 people with the intended purpose of posting it there, and they go, we're not going to host this video. I mean, you could obviously sell it, whatever, but that's not what you were trying to do. And that's no small feat, by the way. That couldn't have been fun. You're trying to break a record. You know, you're not going to sit normally for a week. You're not really going to do much of anything normally for a week. And the video, you know, it's one of those time-lapse videos of a big, long hallway with a bunch of dudes waiting in line. That's essentially what it was. And now they're telling her that they're not going to host it. But this guy in Slavic Village, you know, he's just trying to get something off the ground. His thought, I'm sure, is, why shouldn't I be able to take part in a billion-dollar industry? Why not? Landed a free home and a brave. But over there in Slavic Village, they ain't too pleased about it. So I guess we'll find out what happens. There is a performance coming to Playhouse Square. I'm going to go, and I'd like to get you some tickets because it sounds like it's going to be pretty wild. The people behind the Insidious film franchise have a live touring show. It's called Insidious: The Further You Fear. It is not a play. It is an immersive live horror experience. The people in the audience are going to be part of it. That's you. That's me. The tickets, if you were to buy them, they're for 13 and up. PlayhouseSquare.org has them. It's one night. It's 2 shows. It's Saturday, February 1st at Playhouse Square. There's a 6 o'clock and there's a 9 o'clock. I'm going to get you tickets for that second one after the break. So if you want to go, I'll hook that up. 4:30, next keyword for you to get $1,000. That's coming up from the Buzzard bookie. 35192. Text me for anything there. And you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it
At McGowan, south of Bel Air. Heavy traffic showing up on the Interbelt South, passing Superior and Chester. An accident reported in Medina County on 71 North before Route 18. And the accident 77 South at East 30th Woodland has been cleared away. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. Download the Lowe's app to get their home improvement playbook in your hands so you can get their team's expertise anytime.
Hey you guys, I'm Catherine Legg. I'm a racing driver who's literally driven everything with 4 wheels across the planet. And I've got a new podcast. It's called Throttle Therapy. This season, I'm gearing up to make history, competing in some of the world's most notorious racing events. Listen to Throttle Therapy with Catherine Legg on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Throttle Therapy with Catherine Legg and start listening.
Presented by Elf Beauty, founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports.
All right, the people behind the Insidious film franchise, I think it's Blumhouse, they have got a live traveling show that's coming to Cleveland. It's called Insidious, The Further You Fear, and it's not a passive performance. This is an immersive live horror experience. I'm going to be there. You should be there too. It's rated PG-13. It's 2 performances on the night of Saturday, February the 1st, down here at Playhouse Square. I think it's the Connor Palace Theater is where they're doing it. Insidious, The Further You Fear, an immersive experience. 6 o'clock show, 9 o'clock show. These 2 tickets for you for that second show at 9 o'clock. You can buy them for both shows if you go to playhousesquare.org. Get my last pair here. Insidious, The Further You Fear. I'll see you there. We'll scream together. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
They say no man is an island, but at iHeart Cleveland, you sure get your chance to try.
Hello? Anybody?
Alan Cox.
Where did everybody go?
On 100.7 WMMS.
Well, she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. I tell you, I hadn't hurt this much in darn near 20 years. It felt just like a mule that kicked me right between my ears. When she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. There was a time when I believed that she belonged to me. She told me that I was the only one she'd ever need. That was before this trucker came and took her for a ride. Now there's nothing I can do to keep her satisfied. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew there was something wrong. Suddenly she'd get headaches every time we were alone. When she finally told me we were downtown at the mall, and it hit me like a ton of bricks, and I thought for sure I'd fall. Well, she broke my heart.
Walgreens Incorporated. Walgreens is based in Deerfield, Illinois. This is suburban Chicago. And the Moen Company, based in North Olmsted, has announced that they are moving to Deerfield, Illinois as well. I have a couple of friends who work for Moen, and now they have, you might too, now you might work for Moen. They've got a decision to make because Moen has said that they are going to pick up stakes in North Olmsted and they're going to move their corporate HQ to Deerfield, Illinois. They're talking about not this summer, but by next summer. There's about 600 plus people who work over there at Moen. And they're offering all of them the chance to make the move. Now, living in even suburban Chicago is considerably more expensive than Cleveland. They said that I was just reading an article on it, they're offering a 15% raise. The cost of living in the Chicago area is about 26% higher than living in the Cleveland area. So they give them some money to move, and then, and these kind of decisions have to be made all the time. There are people who were working out in Youngstown at the factory, and they're like, well, you can keep your job, you got to move to Tennessee. And that's a big deal for a lot of people. So Moen, that you see out there on the highway there in North Olmsted, they said, we're leaving. And we're moving to Deerfield, Illinois. which is where Walgreens is, because these brands, they're all under the umbrella of much bigger companies. And so when they look around at their portfolio or whatever and they say, we're just going to put everybody under the same thing. So they don't know if there's going to be any presence after they move. Maybe they'll have a little cubicle with a guy with a phone answering faucet questions or something. I don't know. But a 15% raise in exchange for a 26% cost of living increase, that shouldn't shock anyone that that's what gets offered. But, that's one of those places where I'm sure there's people who've been working there for a long, long time. And Deerfield is a fine community, right? I mean, you're within striking distance of downtown Chicago. But it's a big decision for people to have to make. A few friends of mine now have to make this decision. Maybe friends of yours, maybe you. And it's kind of a blow probably to the local community too. When you have a headquarters for a company, pick up stakes and move. And usually it's also a way to cull the employees too, because not everybody's going to move and the company knows that. So like, well, look, it's not like we're going to have to pay out every single one of these people. They go, well, if you want to keep working, this is where you're going to be working in a year and a half. We're not going to match the cost of living, obviously, because that's not how anything works. But decision to be made there with people who work over there. The Cavaliers will play tonight in Philadelphia. They're playing the 76ers at 7 o'clock. Cavs are still the best team in the NBA. They've taken a couple of licks in the past few weeks. They lost that Houston game by 1 point. But the 76ers are well below 500. So Cavs-Sixers tonight, 7 o'clock on MMS. You listen on the iHeartRadio app as well. Rob is in the middle of a conference call as we speak with the part of our organization that deals with these podcasts, trying to get some clarity on how the user experience can be improved. Alan, if I worked out at Moen and was offered a 15% raise, I'd say, I need Moen that. Oh, Steve, you magnificent bastard. By the way, a couple of you sent me that photo as well. I was talking about that guy in Slavic Village before the break who's got this super low-tech video on YouTube. It's only gotten 160 views where he's like, hey, I got money and I'm looking for people who want to do porn. And people send me the photo that they've caught this guy's vehicle in the wild out there on 90 East. You might have seen this vehicle driving around. It's like a G-Wagon or something. And on the back, they've got a decal in the back window. Need cash? Come do porn. And then it's got the guy's web address on there. And listen, some people, you can never be too clever with your advertising. You never want to be so clever with your advertising that you muddy the message. And so it might seem blunt, but you don't need a lot of zhuzh when you're trying to get people to get naked for money. Need cash? Come do porn. He says it all in those 5 words. Phone number underneath, website address under that. Maybe you've seen them driving around. And I don't know how wide of a net they're going to be able to cast with that either. But I know that the people over there in that particular neighborhood, I guess the question that I would ask them is, well, then where should he do this? Where would be an appropriate neighborhood? You know, it's like if somebody goes, well, we want to build a prison somewhere. It's kind of one of those things, right? Nobody wants one there. It's a job creator, but most people will be like, well, I don't want to live near a prison. Not that, a prison and porn are the same thing, but to some people, it makes them very uncomfortable to think that something like that is going on down the street. Whereas, again, a lot of people are doing it in their living rooms and putting it on OnlyFans or whatever. And so it's really not that different. Most people aren't driving around with a car that says, if you need money, come do porn. And I would, this guy's kind of between a rock and a hard place here, if you pardon the pun, because something like that, you got to make sure everything on that car is taken care of. Because that seems like in some places that would be enough to get you pulled over. even though he's not doing anything illegal. But I guess they're going to find out. There's a woman who says that her kids knocked over the ashes of her grandfather. Again, I don't know if she's trolling. She said she had her grandfather's ashes in an urn and that her kids knocked them over, but she didn't realize that's what it was. I don't know why she wouldn't realize that. It's not like if you have random ashes in your house, you're going to know where they came from.
The boys got Pawpaw. They got him, and they dumped him out all over my carpet, and I didn't realize it was Pawpaw, and I vacuumed him up. Ah! They may have eaten some of him, too, because Rami had the cap in his mouth.
How do you not know? I mean, I feel like that's made up, but I don't know. This is a woman who
The boys
posted
got
this.
Pawpaw.
Yeah. It was a plastic cross. Okay, so not like an urn. The video is it's a woman's holding a plastic cross, and it has Pawpaw on it, and like a screw-on cap, and I guess the ashes were in that, and the kids knocked it over.
They got him, and they dumped him out all over my carpet, and I didn't realize it was Pawpaw, and I vacuumed him up. Ah! They may have eaten some of him, too.
I don't understand why you would vacuum up ashes. There's only one place ashes are going to come from in your house, and it's going to be Pawpaw. And he's only been dead because there's a like a date of death written in Sharpie on the plastic cross. So he's only been dead since 2020. I don't know if he was a COVID casualty or what he was, but Pawpaw, that plastic cross is empty. And she vacuumed him up. Just shake out the bag. Put some of Pawpaw back in there. No harm, no foul. He's not going to care. He's dead. I got money for you, as promised. Last couple of keywords for this week, and then we'll start it up all over again on Monday morning. In the 9 o'clock hour, these keywords in the Buzzard bookie, there's a grand attached to all of them, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
So how did it go?
I will tell you, my Apple Watch went off.
Did you get some clarity?
And said you had a change in your heartbeat. Is everything okay?
Uh-huh.
Had them do a quick EKG.
Oh, it thought that you were...
having a heart attack?
Yeah.
Yes and no. So
right.
I believe we were on with the right people who could potentially make a difference. Whether they will remain to be seen. However, the right people know now, which is a good thing.
Okay.
So my 2.5 years of emailing...
I was going to say, I guess the question is, why didn't they know before now when we've been trying to inform them?
Well, I believe that this is another one of those cases where do you really want to tell your boss how bad you're screwing the pooch? So, I think it'll be okay. I think we'll... like I said at the end of the call, I will be cautiously optimistic.
Okay.
I didn't curse. I kept my...
Why did the heart rate go up? Just because you were biting your lip through the whole thing?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
But they are now very, very well aware of our issues.
Well, you missed some really big news. They're not letting Bonnie Blue post that 1,000-dude bang fest on OnlyFans.
Why?
Because I don't know. They said that it's nothing that they want up there, and I don't know.
Maybe for the same reason they won't show like nursing videos and stuff. Like they're just trying to keep the porn clean. You know what I mean?
I guess, but her whole thing was to do that, to monetize it and put it on OnlyFans.
Well, I mean, yeah, but now it's just everybody's talking about it too. She can just sell it online, make her own website and sell it. She'll probably make more money.
You know, it's not a complete loss, by the way, because I was also reading that Bonnie Blue, she's English. And there's a restaurant that has named a hamburger after her.
You.
It's called the Bonnie Blue. And the only the only specific ingredient that makes it her hamburger, they say, is that it's made with extra meat. 3 patties. Now, on its face, it doesn't sound bad. I don't need the 3 patties. But blue cheese, Parmesan, mozzarella, honey buffalo sauce, and arugula drizzled with garlic oil.
They overthought it.
On this.
This could have just easily, I get the blue cheese thing. It could have just easily put some roast beef on it and called it a day.
Extra meat is what they're putting on. I don't know that I can show. I was trying to show some video before while you were out, and the way they kind of changed the interface on this, and so the way that I had been doing it over here doesn't work now.
Oh, no.
And so I'm not sure what that portends, but...
You don't say. Boy, that's odd.
Well, but nothing else changed. I mean, the interface itself, the look of it changed a little bit.
Boy, that's so off-brand.
But the... well, anyway, okay, so I won't be able to show you a picture of this extra meat burger, but I'm fine with not having the 3 patties. You know, there are a lot of places now where their default burger is 2 and 3 patties.
Yes, I don't like
and
that.
I have to go, hey, I end up having to order from the kids menu because I'm like, I only want 1. I don't need 3 patties. I'm not trying to unlock my jaw to eat this.
But what happened was everybody started jerking it to these smash burger things.
I know.
Right? So now if you don't have 2 and they're not thin, you're not doing it right.
Yeah.
What happened to the good old American cheeseburger? Just damn big old patty and beef, done.
You can still get careful. That EKG is going to go off again.
Oh, I know.
You can still get those in some places, but the smash burgers, you're right, because they're so thin, they go, oh, we're going to put 3 of these on. Why don't you make them a little thicker and just give me 1?
See? Oh, yeah.
But the Bonnie Blue got extra meat there.
Extra beef.
Imagine if you go to this restaurant and you have no idea who she is. And you look at the menu and you go, oh, what's the Bonnie Blue? Oh, that's a porn actress who banged 1,000 guys.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
You know what? Can I get it well done, just like her? That's why it's called a smash burger. She prefers 5 guys. Other people. Yeah, all the jokes are in there. Now, Bonnie Blue's real name is Tia Billinger. And, of course, everybody's like, you're disgusting. Well, whatever. It's her body. She says she makes 6 figures a month on OnlyFans. I call complete BS on that. But what do I know? I don't buy it. I think if you're making 6 figures a month, you're not banging 1,000 guys to sell it on OnlyFans.
Yeah,
you're doing fine.
But cash in while you can, too. I mean, if she could, triple her income, I mean, eventually, it's going to get to a point where people don't want to see that anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I mean?
She'll age out, too.
It's like an NFL player. You know, you got to get it in while you can.
Yep.
Make as much money as you can while you can. So that's what she's doing.
And, you're eventually going to have to pay for all the prolapses.
That's what I mean.
A prolapse in judgment, as it were.
No one's going to want to see that anymore. It's going to be just... Ugh.
Yeah.
Going to have to come up with some other type of sandwich for her.
Hey, Haley.
Hey, how are you?
Good, what's up?
Oh, not much. So about that OnlyFans thing, one thing I do know is I don't do it anymore, but my husband tried it, and my husband and I tried it back during COVID. But for everyone that is, in your video, you have to get, a release form, and they have to give their ID and go through, OnlyFans processing. So that can take, 48 hours. And that was my original thought when you guys talked about it. I was like, they might not just do it because of how many goddamn people there are.
Yeah, you might be right. But again, if these guys are in line, they've got plenty of time to fill out the forms,
That's very true.
They're just passing a clipboard up. So you and your husband did it during the pandemic?
My ex-husband, yeah.
Ex-husband. Did that lead to problems or?
No, other issues, money issues.
Other issues, okay. And did you guys make any money or were you we're locked in, let's see if we can monetize this?
We tried. I think we only made $20 or something.
$20?
Yeah, definitely great.
I think you'd make more than that, not even trying.
It depends on what you were putting out for content, though.
I guess so.
Were you just doing PG-13 stuff, or were you guys going?
I mean, it was definitely X-rated, but the other thing is, like, you also have to think about, like, advertising and, you know, finding a following. So if you don't already have a following, you kind of, it's a little more rough to start.
What'd she say her name was, Alan? I'm just curious.
Haley is her stage
name.
Yes,
just gonna go ahead and we'll
Yes.
search over here.
Yep. On OnlyFans, she goes by Bonnie Puce. And okay. Thank you, Haley.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
All right.
Gonna be a porn star so's I can screw the ladies. Snort cocaine all day and ride around in my Mercedes. Lesbians and get those chicks and women in their 80s. I am gonna do them all cause I am not afraidies. Porn star living, oh I can see it now. Caviar and fine cigars, on these I make my vow. I will be the biggest porn star the world has ever seen. Just me and a woman and a monkey and a midget having sex up on the screen. I'm getting on the train tonight to find my fortune and fame. It's only a matter of time till everyone will know my name. I've gotta practice up, gonna work on my aim. So if anyone wants to help me out, I'd be more than game. Porn star living sounds to me like bliss. I just hope that I don't get raging syphilis. Cause I will be the biggest porn star the world has ever seen. Just me and a woman and a monkey and a midget having sex up on the screen. Just me and a woman and a monkey and a midget having sex up on the screen.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got stuff. You want stuff.
treatment playbook in your hands so you can get their team's expertise anytime.
This is the Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Was it something I did in another life? I try and try, but nothing comes out right for me. Bad karma, killing me by degrees. I took a wrong turn on the astral plane. Now I keep on thinking my luck is gonna change someday.
Oh, more Warren Zevon. Just because I want to. Because he would have been 79 today. This was an album called Hindu Love Gods. I'm sure I've talked about it before, but it was a one-off that Warren Zevon did. It was basically him, and REM was his backing band. So it was like they swapped out Michael. You'll hear Michael Stipe doing background vocals, but it was Warren Zevon and REM. And that whole thing. Cavaliers are going to play tonight. That is a 7 o'clock tip-off in Philly. Cavs, Sixers tonight on MMS. And then they're going to try to get back at the Rockets. They lost by 1 point in Houston, but the Rockets are going to be here at the Romo Fijo tomorrow night, 7:30. And then immediately following the Cavs game is our metal show. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. Normally starts at 10, but I bet it won't start immediately at 10 o'clock. So it'll be immediately following the Cavaliers game. So if you like metal, we got 2 hours of nothing but tomorrow night. And it's me, it's Corey Roddick, it's Pat Butler. And we just roll out really super hard stuff. Silent Planet, band from Pittsburgh called Negative 13, who are real good. Devil Driver and Kerry King, who's going to be at the House of Blues in a couple of weeks. And then whatever you want to hear. We always take requests for 2 hours to midnight as well. So tomorrow night, after the Cavs game, we'll get 2 hours to midnight. And then Sunday morning, it's the Weekend Cox for people looking ahead to Sunday morning. I know I already am, Rob. I'm already looking ahead to Sunday morning. I'll get up, what will I do? I'll have some cereal, and I'll listen to the Weekend Cox. That's what I'll do. I'll have some red berries.
Are you a boring cereal guy?
No, when I have cereal, I'm like a 5-year-old. That's why I'm sitting there eating Fruity Pebbles with marshmallows in it.
Yes, good.
No, it's not good.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's fantastic.
No.
Captain Crunch?
No.
Oh, man. That's my jam.
Nope. My kid likes Lucky Charms.
Delicious. Magically delicious.
So if she asks for cereal, because I'm always like, she's kind of like me, where the last thing I want to do when I get up is eat. But I do it because I work out in the morning. And so I'll eat. You know, I'll stock up on eggs or whatever. By the way, this is going to shock you to find out. Eggs, not cheaper. They are more expensive than they were before.
It's residual Biden.
Good
Alan.
grief. I thought that the egg situation was going to be squared away, but it is not. Eggs are up 37%.
Residual Biden.
I walked into the store, and I had a dozen eggs in my hand, and I put it on the conveyor belt, and I handed the guy $1.50 because I assume that's how much a dozen eggs cost now. And he goes, no, it's more than that. And so I handed him another 50 cents. And he's like, keep it coming. I was like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And it turns out this checker, by the way, very informative as I was talking to him about the price of my eggs going up. I said, how can this be? There's been a change of the guard. I was promised otherwise. That my morning protein would be more affordable.
Stick with the cereal.
And he goes, all those farm workers are afraid of being deported. And so they're not showing up to work, meaning that there's no one to pick all the crops. You know, out there in the egg fields.
They don't grow on trees?
And then that creates a shortage of things like produce in the market, which impacts the supply chain, which drives the prices up. This is what this trucker was telling me, which makes your groceries more expensive. And then he called me an effing idiot because I didn't know that. And I go, well, I did know that. You just told me about it. I couldn't believe how expensive my eggs were. Anyway, if my kid wants to eat, I'll say, you want me to make you some eggs? No.
Well, yeah, because you have a box of Lucky Charms sitting there.
But she doesn't always want that. Sometimes she doesn't want that. Okay, you want some Lucky Charms? I call them fortunate trinkets. We get the off-brand. They come in a bag. Oh, no, I go, you want some Lucky Charms? She'll go, yeah, okay. But I to reinforce that I do try to take care of myself, I always have a box. Now, when I was younger, I lived on cereal. As like a single man, all I ate was cereal. The only time I ever had milk was on cereal. But I always have a box of Special K red berries on the shelf to pretend like that's my default cereal. But what I go for is the stupid Fruity Pebbles with marshmallows.
How dare you?
What?
Call those things stupid.
They're for children.
No, I don't care if they're. Then I'm still a child. I don't care. I love cereal. I would eat every meal.
Yeah, I do too.
I can't, but I would.
Well, okay, but you're not eating the Fruity Pebbles and the marshmallows.
Yeah.
It's in a blue box, not the Fruity Pebbles in the red box. Fruity Pebbles with marshmallows. You might as well just pour sugar straight into your mouth.
Okay.
Like, I swear to God, I have a pretty iron constitution. Things don't, like, get me bubble gutting or anything like that. But problem is, I'm not just going to have one bowl because they go down too easy. So I end up having 2 bowls, and by noon, it feels like somebody's punching me in the stomach.
I ate like a whole box of off-brand Fruit Loops once, and it was the coolest looking turd. It was like
it's like when your dog eats tinsel off of the Christmas tree.
Yep, a whole box. I came home drunk at like 2:00 in the morning, and I crushed a box of cereal. And then, the next day I was like, "Wow."
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Why?
Because I'm trying to maintain something here. I'm trying to stave off the eventual degradation of whatever I got going on.
I'm going to eat eggs every day, but I take the yolk out because I don't like that.
No, I don't do that.
Enjoyable.
No, full eggs. I'm not an egg white guy. I'm eating eggs.
Yet.
No, I'm not. I like eggs. I hated them growing up, because I was made to eat them.
I love
eggs.
eggs.
I hated them. But as an adult, I've come to like them. I scramble them.
Well, you're a scrambled guy, huh?
Yeah, I'm not going to do all that nonsense. If somebody wants me to make them like some fancy eggs, I can do it. But for me, 4 eggs, scramble, salsa, pepper, done.
Are you like
I'll suck it down?
You cook them dry type of eggs, or do you cook them like?
What do you mean?
Like overcook them, like they're dried out?
No.
That's how my wife likes her eggs.
Like torched?
Like not like there's no liquid whatsoever. Not liquid. They're just dry. You know what I mean?
Is she making fried eggs?
No, it's like if she scrambles an egg, that's what she does. Yeah, it's weird.
No, but some people are putting milk in and they're making them fluffy. I don't care about that. I want to get them cooked, get them down my gullet, and get on with my day.
I do like the salsa idea. That's the way to go.
Salsa's fantastic.
Yeah, that's the way to go with the scrambled egg. I'm a poached man myself.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh, don't you stop it.
You steal an egg from somebody else?
No, don't tell anyone.
Is that what that means?
Different version.
What is poached?
It's when you cook it in the water. It's fantastic.
Cook it in the water?
Yeah.
Oh.
Boiling water.
I thought that was how you make hard-boiled eggs for Easter.
Alan, see me after the show.
Thank you. Alan, the bird flu is going around these farms. They're having to kill millions of birds. That's why the price of eggs is still going up. That too. Avian flu. Bird flu outbreak. But fortunately, hey, we just pulled out of the World Health Organization. So it's going to be great. Oh, this is all going to work out.
Well, not yet.
Oh.
Not yet. I think it was it 2026?
All right.
Still time to change his mind.
All right.
Cautiously optimistic.
All right.
I'm going to tattoo that on my forehead.
All right. Eggs are $7 a dozen at Discount Drug Mart.
Doesn't sound like much of a discount.
I'm being told. Okay. Well, anyway, so I really, every time I have a bowl of like a kid's cereal, I go, why did I do that? It provided no nutritional value to me. Why did I do that? Because it tastes great for a few minutes, but then I'm left to revel in my own disappointment.
You may be the only person on the planet that has buyer's remorse from eating a bowl of cereal. Like, what in the hell are you doing? It's supposed to make you happy and enjoy. Oh, man, that was the best bowl of Fruity Pebbles I've ever had in my life. It was fantastic. It was exactly what I needed right now. Yet somehow you find a way to torture yourself for enjoying yourself.
Not torture. I'm just saying that, like, I'm not, I think enjoyment is overrated, quite frankly. I think that enjoyment in most of its forms is overrated.
I am the most miserable person on the planet.
It's so short-lived.
Everything pisses me off, and somehow I sound happier than you. How is that possible?
You don't. I'm a happy guy.
Oh. Get some cereal in you.
Well, maybe I will, but it's only on like weekend mornings, like a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning.
When you're not drinking your breakfast,
I'll have some cereal, and so we'll see. Listen, if I go down the cereal aisle, I would fill up my entire cart with kids cereals if I have my druthers.
Because they taste better than like Cracklin' Oat Bran.
Yeah, but then you have a bowl of it and it tastes okay, and then you have the rest of the box. I'm like, well, I'm not going to eat the rest of that.
Yes, you will.
No.
Maybe not that day. You don't have to eat it that day. Maybe next weekend. Maybe give yourself one crappy cereal per weekend rules. You can have one bowl each weekend. A box will last you 4 weeks.
By the way, don't sleep on Cracklin' Oat Bran, all right? It was a great Neil Diamond song, and it's a great cereal.
It was fine. It was fine, but it's not Captain Crunch. It's not Fruity Pebbles.
All right.
Cocoa Puffs. God damn, now I got to go eat some cereal.
I like Golden Grams. That's kind of a nice happy medium.
It sure is. Fantastic. How do you feel?
Golden Grams are good.
Are you a Cinnamon Toast Crunch guy?
No, my wife eats that.
It's delicious. See?
No, don't care for
She's smart.
that.
She knows. It brings joy. Sugar. Cinnamon.
I derive joy from different things. Food is traditionally not one of them. I know you're supposed to. I fully understand. I'm an outlier in this, but I don't care. Hey, Bobby.
What's going on, Alan?
How are you?
All right, pretty good. Hey, I just wanted to tell you, I love the show because I love your knowledge with music, and I like the behind the stories you tell. But, hey, get into the eggs. Try a little bit of ranch dressing. Scramble that stuff up, put some salt and pepper on, and you're good to go.
I don't like ranch dressing.
Same here.
Oh, you don't like? Oh, well, then you're butthole out then, buddy.
Bobby's like, oh, that was my, he's like, that was my silver bullet. I got nowhere to go now.
Yeah, it was.
All right.
It was.
Thank you, Bobby. You don't like ranch dressing either?
Not at all. I would go as far as to say I am anti-ranch dressing.
I thought I was like the only person on the planet that didn't like ranch dressing.
Hate it.
All right.
You know what sucks is like you go to a party and they have out the veggies, right? And you're all excited and you're like, oh yeah, there's some bomb French onion dipping right there. And you take that carrot and you dip it and you take a bite and you get whacked with ranch right out of the gate and the whole rest of the day is ruined.
Wow.
I hate it. Hate ranch.
Usually the only people I know who don't like it is because they're lactose intolerant. Usually the flavor is not what throws people off. I just don't care for it.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Alan, enjoyment is overrated. You might be an atheist, but your Catholic background is really showing. Yeah, that probably is true. That's probably what that is. You can take the Catholic school, you can take the boy out of Catholic school. It's hard to get the Catholic school out of the boy. Yes, Enjoyment is over. You're not expected to enjoy anything if you grew up Catholic. You know why? Because you don't deserve it. That's why. What did you do to deserve it?
You got to change that mindset, man. I grew up Catholic, too.
Well, how did you come to a place of enjoyment of things?
I eat a goddamn bowl of cereal if I want.
Oh, right.
Sometimes I have two. And if I want to have a third, guess what I'm going to do? Are you a guy that leaves out the, do you leave the knife out if you make a PB&J? In case you want another one?
No, I would make two.
Oh, right out of the gate?
Yeah, if I know I'm going to have two, I'd make two.
I'm a guy that leaves it right there right by the sink. If I'm done with this, I'm fine. I'll wash it. If I'm not, it's already out. I wait. I pause. Happiness. You see? You got to get happy over food, I think.
It's never going to happen.
Coming from a fat guy.
I'm 53
hey, Alan,
years
get
old.
fat. You know.
It's not going to happen. How does Rob feel about Oops All Berries?
Never had it.
All right. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Jeff.
Hey, the show, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, you guys were just talking about eating a bunch of cereal, different types, and dude's wife likes Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and I'm actually against any General Mills cereal, especially Cinnamon Toast Crunch, as if you read the ingredients, you'll find the ingredient trisodium phosphate in the ingredients. Now, if you actually go to your Ace Hardware or your local hardware shop, you're going to find a can in the paint section called Paint Thinner. Now, if you look at the main ingredient in Paint Thinner, you're going to find trisodium phosphate. Be wary about the cereal you eat.
Go outside, nerd.
I've actually forced my. I've actually. This is ridiculous, but I've actually forced my family almost to stop eating a lot of these cereals with that ingredient in it.
Go outside,
I don't want
nerd.
their skin running off.
Get out. Go.
Man, you sound fun. Yeah, but every product has something like that. Why get laser focused on bisodium phosphate? Every bit of processed food has at least one or two ingredients that would make you go, oh my God, I can't ever eat this.
But that's the problem. You should stay away from all processed food.
Well,
it will tear you up.
Yes, I agree, but it's just that's much easier said than done.
You wouldn't rather just eat lettuce all day long, Alan?
I sure would. That's why I drink my salads, homeboy.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I
ain't got time for this. All right, listen. I'm going to take a break here. Dr. Ryan Bergland is, as the kids say, in the house and waiting patiently to dispense knowledge, listen, I'll just say it. People have said it in the past, to save lives. Not to put too fine a point on it. We do a segment here called Is It Red? And he comes over from the Cleveland Clinic. And guys, if you've got weird things going on down there, Dr. Bergland, low these many years, has been able to help point you in the right direction. So if you have a question for him, for Is It Red? I want to put you on hold now. And then we'll come back, take care of some business, and we'll get right to it. He only joins us a few times a year, so don't waste the opportunity. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. If you're more comfortable texting, I will read those too. That is 35192. If you want to email me a question, it's alan@alancoxshow.com. I will have the last pair of tickets for you if you want to go see Napalm Death and the Melvins. They're playing that brand new Globe Iron. That is the latest, soon-to-open venue down there in the West Bank of the Flats. And they are one of the first bands to play it. They're going to do that show on May the 11th. So I'll have those, and then 5:30 is going to be the last chance for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie coming up.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
At our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Coming to Fox, iHeartRadio stations across America, and the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
Monday, March 17th, live from Los Angeles.
Lady Gaga will be honored with the Innovator Award.
Mariah Carey will receive the Icon Award.
And the biggest stars from all genres of music will go home winners.
Nominees include
Taylor Swift,
Morgan Wallen,
SZA, Doja Cat,
Cat,
Jelly Roll,
Sabrina Carpenter,
Teddy Swims, Post Malone,
Billie Eilish,
Kendrick Lamar, Kane Brown, Linkin Park, Glorilla,
Pliny Wilson,
Green Day. We got so many more.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Where you can help decide who wins in categories like Best Lyrics,
Best Music Video,
Favorite Soundtrack,
Favorite Tour Style,
Favorite Surprise Guest, and more.
Find a full list of nominees and start voting for your favorites now at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly cloudy tonight, down to around 9 above. Wind chill overnight as low as 3 below. Tomorrow, cloudy, scattered snow showers. High tomorrow, 29, with a wind chill as low as 1 below. On Sunday, mostly cloudy, high of 26.
This report is sponsored by Great Clips. At Great Clips, they use clip notes to save your haircut details. So no matter which stylist or salon you visit, it's easy to get the confidence of the look you love. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs. Everyone knows that. You can score big by betting on them with DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. If you're ready to place your first bet, try betting on something simple, like a player to score a touchdown. It's that easy. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. Right now, new DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code BUZZARD. That's code BUZZARD for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5 only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Ohio only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto. Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Happy New Year and new vehicle from Volkswagen of Streetsboro. This January, make your New Year's resolution to get an incredible deal on any new vehicle in stock at Volkswagen of Streetsboro, including the Volkswagen Jetta and the versatile Volkswagen Tiguan. Bring your trade to Volkswagen of Streetsboro and get up to $5,000 over Kelley Blue Book toward any new Volkswagen in stock. New year, new you by upgrading your vehicle at VW of Streetsboro. 2025 is also bringing you interest as low as 0.9%. Volkswagen of Streetsboro wants to move our 2024 inventory to make way for 2025's. So now is the time. Bring in your trade to get up to $5,000 over KBB toward any new Volkswagen in stock. Hurry, because inventory is going fast. So bring your trade to Volkswagen of Streetsboro today. Make this new year one to remember at VWofStreetsboro.com. See dealer for details or call him at 330-342-7000.
Whoa, so cool. Tiny little robots.
Hundreds of them.
But Tyler, why are you making toys?
Toys? Josh, you're holding a sophisticated furnace repair bot.
Bot?
That's right. Deployed directly into your system to diagnose and fix any issue.
But Mitchell's technicians are real furnace repair magicians. With their human touch, they can tackle any system and make any repair. No need to overcomplicate it.
For truly magical furnace repair, call Mitchell's 1 hour at mitchellsmagic.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You hungry? You know you are. We got chicken fingers, crunchy. Fries are golden crispy, baby. Yo, don't forget about the cane sauce, baby. Ooh, it hits the spot. Hello!
At Meijer, we work hard to bring more of the good life to your life, so you can bring home more perfectly plump and flavorful produce picked for precise freshness, beautifully marbled beyond brag-worthy certified Angus beef, and more must-have money-saving M-Perks rewards. Because saving more on local favorites is good, but bringing home more of what you love in every trip, that's the good life. We do more to make life a good deal better at Meijer.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast. I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro. No way. And finding out the 4th line is free? Oh, things got heated. That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Hey, it's Charlie here for Circle K. Cold weather and snow won't stop you this time. We added a last chance Buzzard Cup giveaway at the Circle K in Bedford, Thursday the 30th from noon until 1 p.m. We have 100 cups remaining. The first 100 people will get a free Buzzard Collector's mug and a free coffee from Circle K. Your last chance to get the WMMS Buzzard mug is to join me at the Circle K in Bedford, Thursday, January 30th for 1 hour only, noon till 1 p.m. There will also be a fuel price drop during the event. Find out more details at WMMS.com and join Circle K's Inner Circle.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Traffic.
On the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if a medical mistake caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. A traffic collision on 271 North at the 480 State Route 14 split, blocking the right lane. An accident reported on the 77 North ramp to 480 East. Disabled vehicle blown a tire near the West Shoreway westbound entrance ramp from Edgewater Park, blocking an active lane. Accident West 150th north of 480, Fulton Road at Park Drive, and Caves Road at Birchwood Drive. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Levin received extra manufacturer discounts to clear out remaining inventory. This Beauty Rest luxury resort mattress is way less than the department store. Now only $697 plus free box spring during our overstock sale at Levin Furniture and Levin Mattress.
The new iHeart app.
Yeah, I've been playing around with it.
Love my radio, love my presets.
Thank you.
This is really easy to use.
Join the millions already on the new and improved iHeartRadio app and set your first preset. Plus, discover the new live radio dial, scan, lyrics, podcasts, playlists, and your favorite artist's radio.
Open the app and everything's right there. I love it.
The new and improved iHeartRadio app. It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand.
Go get it.
iHeartRadio. Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I got one more pair of tickets for you here for the Melvins and Napalm Death. They are co-headlining the Savage Imperial Death March 2 tour. Special guest Titan to Tachyons. They're like a experimental metal instrumental thing. They're all over the place. It's wild. It's going to be a loud show. It's going to be an awesome show. One of the first ones at the new Globe Iron, the newest live event space there on the west bank of the Flats down by Nautica. GlobeIronCLE.com for everything they've got coming up. This show is Sunday night, May the 11th. A little ways away. Napalm Death and the Melvins. You get my last 2 tickets here this week. So good luck. I'll see you there. 216-578-1007 for caller 10. Or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox. A drummer. Or even a real musician, he just makes a noise. If he played the violin or the piano, anything that made sense, but the drums.
100.7 WMMS. Well, I went to the doctor. I said I'm feeling kind of rough. Let me break it to you, son. You just stuff up. I said my stuff's fished up. Well, I don't see how. He said this dish that used to work won't work now.
Dr. Ryan Bergland is back. It's been a minute, hasn't it? I think it was in August. I was going through my calendar. It's been a little while.
A lot warmer when I was here last.
It was a lot warmer, yes. Dr. Ryan Bergland is a urologist over at the Cleveland Clinic, and if you have been a fan of this show for a long time, you are well versed in his area of expertise. He was, I refer to you as the artiste behind my vasectomy, which to this day remains a rousing success. I'll show it, Rob, to anyone who asks.
Alan, see me after the show.
And I've got a big framed glossy photo there in the family room. And so, guys, if you've got strange things going on down there that maybe you need some clarification on, it's always good when Dr. Bergland is here because hopefully he can help you out here for a segment that we call Is It Red?
Is it red? Does it itch? Does it hurt like a bitch? Is it red? Is it red? Is it red?
Yay, indeed. All right. If you've got a question, you can call it in. It is 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can text a question to 35192, and you can email me, Alan at alancoxshow.com. Along the way, a lot of times I'll send myself some articles that I want to kind of pick your brain about. Semen can carry more deadly diseases than previously thought. Now, my question is twofold. What does that mean? And how many did they think we were carrying before? They were like, oh, we thought it was 5. It turns out it's 25. Did you see this?
I haven't seen the article, but doesn't it kind of make sense? If you're a pathogen of some kind, that's an easy way to transmit between people, right?
Yes. Sexually transmitted.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that's an obvious way for an obvious strategy for a pathogen to have to spread.
This was in The Lancet. The hundreds and hundreds of studies narrowed the findings down to 22 viruses capable of living in human semen after infection. They said that things like Ebola and Zika. Remember the Zika virus? Boy, you go back 10, 15 years for that one. And so they said that some of the viruses have evidence for sexual transmission and that they're finding more and more things that can end up in there. And that they tell people, of course, that the best defense is a good offense. But just to keep that in mind. If you think, if you're worried about your semen, I guess, in that way, then just take care of yourself. Here's a question from Bill. Could Dr. Bergland talk about the health outcomes and likelihood of experiencing problems resulting from the accumulation of microplastics in male genitalia? That is a long question. Yeah. And they're probably just figuring things out.
I was going to say that's kind of a fraught topic, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't just apply to urology; it applies to all of health, right?
Right.
We don't know, and we have all of these substances that are out in the environment that just don't break down. Organic substances break down, but these microplastics don't. So they accumulate in the body. We don't know what they do.
Well, not only, I would also think that we're not going to know the cause and effect. It's one thing to say, there's all these microplastics, they're in our bodies now. It's another thing to say, X caused Y, right?
So let's bring up one that's all over the news these days. Decreasing fertility rates.
Okay.
I mean, we're in the middle of kind of a demographic collapse right now.
Yeah.
Part of it is decision making. People are electing not to have kids, but there is a demonstrable decrease in fertility rates. Can I say it's from microplastics? I don't know.
Right. There's a social component.
Correct.
Fewer and fewer people that are getting together.
Correct.
There's people who can't, like you said, can't afford to have kids.
Correct.
There's a lot of variables there.
We don't know all the reasons why birth rates have gone down, but there is a demonstrable decrease in fertility rates, meaning people that are trying to have kids that can't.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So
this is a global thing, or this
is a global thing.
Okay. So you think on a scale like that, you could make a good case for it being partially environmental.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to look at it, right?
Yeah.
And we know that it's out there, but I don't think it cause and effect has been proven.
Let's see here. Some texts. I think that's a typo. Sorry. There was one in here, and I wanted to get to it, and now I don't see it. I found edibles that work for me, this person says. Instead of increasing anxiety, I found that if I use them before having sex, we've been together for 25 years, my libido has skyrocketed even when I'm not using them. I feel like I've developed a teenage crush on my wife. Could this have caused a huge increase in oxytocin? And 2, how can I decrease my libido to a reasonable level so I'm not constantly making it uncomfortable for my wife? This may be more of a matter, he contends, for a psychologist, but maybe you can ask Dr. Bergland. The edibles are getting them all worked up and horny.
That's great.
Yeah.
I
don't know what the problem is there, but okay.
Yeah. I mean, as far as, too much libido, there are things you can do about that, but not ideal.
Yeah.
You can go on drugs that reduce testosterone levels, for instance.
Probably not a problem that a lot of people have is reducing their testosterone levels, right?
Correct.
I had my blood panel done a while ago, and they were like, you're actually, because I'm 53, I don't feel I'm as horny as I ever was. But I had a blood panel done just to kind of see what was what. And they said, you're actually above where people would normally be. But that's a pretty big range. So it wasn't like I turned into a lumberjack or anything. But at least it made me feel better that I'm like, okay, I'm not down somewhere. But I probably would have felt that too.
It's very common to have decreased testosterone levels as we age.
Right.
The testicles stop producing as much. And also, we can, as you develop more adipose tissue, more fatty tissue, you convert testosterone to estrogens, which
it's better in general to be trying to stay in shape and exercise.
Keep in shape,
and,
exactly. But some guys at the age need to supplement their testosterone. They're just not making enough.
Alan, I have a question for Dr. Bergland about a potential cosmetic procedure. Would it be possible to have my foreskin removed and reattached backwards so my penis looks like a trumpet? That feels like a joke. This is a serious situation. 216-578-1007 if you have a question for Dr. Ryan Bergland, or 800-348-1007. I neglected to mention, too, that you can leave messages on the iHeartRadio app if you want to. The talkback messages there, I can check those. If you want to text, that number is 35192. And you can email, which is just alan@alancoxshow.com. Jeff says, when I have sex or masturbate, it is not pleasurable. I need to put lubricant on for some sensation, but even then it is not pleasurable. Do you think that this is overuse? I am only able to ejaculate using toys, not my hand. Does he need to desensitize himself is his question.
The first thing I ask in a situation like that is what other things does the guy have going on medically?
Okay.
Is he a diabetic, hypertensive?
Right.
Does he have other psychological conditions that are happening? So there are a lot of things that can influence that. But for instance, a diabetic is going to have some sensory malfunction, essentially, and so there may be more to that than just overuse.
Is that you say diabetics, is that a function of diabetes, or is that a function of them being out of shape?
Diabetes affects our small blood vessels and our nerves.
Okay.
And so it affects the ability, it causes erectile dysfunction, the inability to obtain and maintain an erection sufficient for intercourse, but it also affects sensation, affects the function of nerves. It's very common for patients that have had diabetes for a long time to have a loss of sensation in their distal appendages.
Okay.
So,
hey, Rob.
Yes. Hello.
Hi, Rob. What's going on?
Well, I was just curious. I'm 61. A couple of years ago, I was peeing 8 times a night, not sleeping at all. I did a ton of research. I went with a whole-op procedure. I'm wondering how he feels about it. I was hoping to still be able to have sex with my beautiful 55-year-old wife, but it's even with meds is not really working out so good for me. So I'm just wondering how he feels about it.
I think that the whole-up procedure is actually a fantastic procedure for BPH. It's actually very difficult to do, and there are not a lot of people that can do it. So the fact that you found someone who could do a nice job with that, that's fantastic. But you're saying that you're also having some erectile dysfunction now?
Yeah, I still am, and I've tried both, Cialis and Viagra, and I mean it works, but not very long, and so it's been a challenge, I mean, I'm trying to get used to that. I'm trying to get used to being 61. Like Alan said, I'm still thinking like I'm 18, and my wife is beautiful, and we have a great relationship. So I'd like to continue that, but it's become a challenge. And I did look at you guys really hard at the Cleveland Clinic for the surgery, but I did go to university for it. So
listen, there's some fantastic folks at both places, and I have a lot of friends at university.
Yeah.
What I usually do is if the pills aren't working, the next thing I would try are the shots. It sounds really weird to inject put a needle into the side of your penis, but man, it works, and guys love it. And if that doesn't work, put in a prosthesis. And the quoted rate is 98% patient satisfaction rate, 97% partner satisfaction rate. It'll get you an erection kind of like you were 20 years old again. It works.
I like how the partner has precisely 1% less satisfaction than the actual person. They're like, honey, I can only do so much, all right? All right, good luck, Rob.
Okay, thanks.
All right,
Appreciate
thanks. All right, let me give away this money. We're going to hold on real quick. It is your last keyword of the week. We'll start it all over again Monday morning in the 9 o'clock hour with Rover. A chance to grab $1,000 right here from the Buzzard bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
All right, if you have a question for Dr. Ryan Bergland, urologist from the Cleveland Clinic, for our Is It Red segment, you can call if you like, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can text me 35192. Hey, Carrie.
Hi.
Hi, what's up?
I have a question for the doctor. It's actually for my son. I have a teenage son. And about 6 months ago, we took him to urologist because he had complained that when he would ejaculate, it would be like a brownish color. And we took him, and they said, well, it's okay. It'll just happen. If there's no pain, it's fine. But a few weeks ago, he actually told me that now he has some pain. So I don't know exactly what to do from here.
What it sounds like is hematospermia. So brown, to me, implies old blood. And the usual source of that is the prostate. It usually happens to older men. So older men that have BPH and large prostate. It's only with
17.
ejaculation, though. Yeah, exactly. That would be odd. And it's only when he ejaculates, right? It's not in the urine.
He says only when he ejaculates.
I mean, that's interesting. Typically, hematospermia is not a malignant condition. It's related to benign growth. And some people essentially have an effect almost like someone who's prone to getting bloody noses. Basically, you have some dilated blood vessels in the prostate in this case that every now and then rupture, bleed a little bit. At some point, if it's a chronic thing, it probably is not unreasonable to put a scope in and take a look. I know he's not going to love that idea, but if it continues to go on, he's 17 years old. I would start to think about it. It's interesting though; he has no other complaints, right?
That's correct.
Well, other than the pain with ejaculation.
His primary complaint is that he had to talk to his mother about his ejaculation. That's why it's old blood. He waited as long as he possibly could. Mom, listen, I can't handle this any longer. Let's talk about my ejaculation. Oh, boy. What's for dinner?
Right.
Yeah. All right. Well, good luck, Carrie.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
There you go. There's Carrie in Tremont. Hello, Dave.
Hey, how you doing?
Dave, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
What's going on?
Well, I have a question for the doctor about my testicles.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What I got going on is I got a serious pain in my left one. I went to my family doctor. She did a little feel on it, and she felt some veins in there. I guess versicules or something like that.
A varicocele.
And yeah, that's it. And I spoke to a urologist, and she said that it doesn't cause pain, that surgery is unnecessary, and I should go do physical therapy. What do you think?
So varicocele, the classic description.
Or what else could it be? Because she said that it shouldn't cause pain, but I'm in serious pain.
Well, so, a varicocele classically is described as feeling like a bag of worms, right? Is that what it looks and feels like?
Yeah, that's what she felt. Yeah.
So these are dilated veins in the scrotum. Here are the problems that it can cause. Yeah. It can potentially cause pain, and people have had it corrected for pain. The classic problems have been infertility and hypertrophy. Hypertrophy is shrinking of the testicle. So for whatever reason, when you have an excess of dilated veins around the testicle, it makes it so the testicle doesn't grow and, in fact, shrinks over time. But it's actually a fairly straightforward repair. It's something that can be fixed pretty easily. It does require a surgery, a small surgery.
Yeah, I looked at the surgery. They said they go in through the belly, and it's pretty uninvasive and all that. But she's saying she's not suggesting surgery. Should I look for a second opinion, or maybe this could be something else? But the doctor did say she felt a little worm thing,
Yeah, I mean, the one thing is there are going to be no guarantees. Sometimes, you can have correlation, doesn't mean causation. Sometimes you'll have a varicocele, you fix it, and it doesn't fix the problem. But and there are some potential problems you can have with fixing a varicocele. Some people can get some swelling after that's done. But I don't think it'd be an unreasonable thing to think about if you've gone through all the other things to treat testicular pain. And there are a lot of other things that you can do as well.
Okay. Yeah, I had a mammogram and everything. Everything was fine except for the vein action. Sonogram, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's a whole other bag of worms.
Yeah. I'm not pregnant, I don't think. But
all right,
yeah. So I just wanted your opinion if I should get a second opinion on that about the surgery, or maybe if it could be something else. I don't know.
Yeah, I think if nothing else, if all else fails, it's a reasonable thing to do. There's some pros and cons to fixing one, to going through that surgery.
All right, good luck, Dave.
All right, I appreciate you guys. Love the show.
All right, thank you, sir. Hey, Joe.
Hey.
What's going on?
Hey, just a quick question for Dr. Bergland. I'm a fresh 57-year-old man, and it seems like over some period of time that when I go to use the restroom and I feel like I'm done, and I tuck it all away, and I've got excess coming out of the pipe, and I'm kind of urinating on myself.
Yeah. That's
a prostate
that's
thing?
incredibly common. We call it terminal dribble, and it's actually pretty common.
Not a basketball term. It's terminal. It's called terminal dribble.
Terminal dribble.
Wow.
Yeah. And
sounds deadly.
And it can morph into full-on incontinence, which it sounds like what's happening with you is that you're voiding enough that you're really kind of getting wet. It's usually from the prostate, and the first thing we would do is test to see how much urine you're retaining and put you on medication. Fixes it in 80+ % of cases.
That would be from an enlarged prostate.
From an enlarged prostate,
Okay.
Just interfere. It's a plumbing problem. It interferes with the efficient emptying of the bladder. You've got a little bit of you're retaining a little bit of urine. You're not efficiently emptying everything out of the pipe, so to speak, and a little bit's left over. And it just gets worse and worse as time goes on. It's a very treatable problem. You start out with medications, eventually can evolve into needing surgery. And there's surgeries everywhere from minimally invasive to that caller earlier was talking about a whole-up procedure, which is done with a scope and a laser, and it works really well. So there are things you can do about that. That's the problem. What you're dealing with is a problem. It's probably something you want to treat.
Okay.
All right, good luck, Joe. I got to take a break here. Dr. Ryan Bergland is here as a urologist from the Cleveland Clinic for our Is It Red segment. He joins us a few times a year, so avail yourself of his wisdom if you're able to. Guys, if you've got something going on down there, I will take your calls and your messages and all that. 216-578-1007. If you're on hold, we'll get you on the way back. Or 800-348-1007. You can email me at alancoxshow.com. You can text 35192, and you can leave messages if you want on the iHeart Radio app.
The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7 WMMS.
The playoffs are here.
Oh, yeah. Let's go, fellas. Playoffs.
So let it ride with the Buzzard bookie. With 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can bet any prop, parlay, or point spread without having to hear about it.
And how much did your dumbass lose this time?
Pay your debts, or better yet, make some more bets.
You better not.
When you win $1,000 with the Buzzard bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Sponsored by Great Clips.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when you're up next. Because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
The Buzzard Weekend is sponsored by Claybin.com.
No heat?
Hey, it's Charlie here for Circle K. Cold weather and snow won't stop you this time. We added a last chance Buzzard Cup giveaway at the Circle K in Bedford, Thursday the 30th from noon until 1 p.m. We have 100 cups remaining. The first 100 people will get a free Buzzard Collector's mug and a free coffee from Circle K. Your last chance to get the WMMS Buzzard mug is to join me at the Circle K in Bedford, Thursday, January 30th for 1 hour only, noon till 1 p.m. There will also be a fuel price drop during the event. Find out more details at WMMS.com and join Circle K's Inner Circle.
Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents gets you driving. Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro. Stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
It's time to warm up those buns with a new Kia from Kia of Streetsboro. Features like heated seats and heated steering wheel will keep you warm all winter long. Get the hottest deals right now on any new Kia in stock at Kia of Streetsboro. Take advantage of their low down payments and monthly payments with interest rates as low as 0%. These are the kind of blazing low prices you have to see to believe. Plus, burn those prices even lower when you trade in your current ride. So warm up those buns and cruise around in your brand new Kia. It's winter warmer days at Kia of Streetsboro. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro or KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
See dealer for details. Expires 1/31/25.
Incarceration, America's rock, metal, and tattoo festival returns with Slipknot, Falling in Reverse, Five Finger Death Punch, Marilyn Manson, and 3 Days Grace. Plus, Beartooth, Knocked Loose, Lamb of God, Parkway Drive, I Prevail, In This Moment, Slaughter to Prevail, Acid Bath, The Dillinger Escape Plan, Kill Switch Engage, and so many more. All Inkmates report to the Ohio State Reformatory on July 18th through 20th, 2025 to face your sentencing. 3 days of rock, tattoos, and the return of the haunted blood prison. Weekend and single day passes for Incarceration are on sale now at incarceration.com.
Start the new year in a new Kia. We're making deals like never before at Ken Ganley Kia. Keep your cash and buy a new Kia with 0 down and 0% financing. You heard right, 0 down and 0% financing. Make no payments for 90 days. Or sign and drive a new Kia from just $259 lease per month. 0 due at signing, like a 2025 K4. 36 months, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Need credit? Our finance specialists want to get you approved and into a new Kia today. We've got over 1,800 Kias in stock and on sale at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealers. 0 APR, 48 months, $20.83 per month per 1,000 financed on 24 Sorrento, 90-day deferred through Ally Bank, plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved. Credit through KMF expires 2/3/25.
Hey, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. New year, maybe even thinking about updating your kitchen, maybe giving your floors a facelift. Very first call should be to the design team at Northeast Factory Direct, and they will help make the process super simple. Their NEFD at-home cabinets and flooring collection has everything you need to make your home feel brand new without breaking the bank. Whether you're doing a full remodel or just giving the space a facelift, Northeast Factory Direct is going to make it look great, and you save a ton of money. 4 locations throughout Northeast Ohio. Any one of them can help you out. Or make an appointment online at northeastfactorydirect.com.
At the Home Depot, it's our business to support yours. Partner with your go-to source for building your business. We can help you streamline your operations by supplying the whole job from start to finish. Any questions? Our Pro Desk is ready to answer the call with supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. Elevate your efficiency and take on more projects with the partner you can trust. The Home Depot, how pros get more done.
Hot in one room and cold in the next? No ductwork? No problem. Bryant Ductless Systems will bring enhanced heating and cooling to your home. Call Vernon Ellsworth Hand today to find out which ductless system is right for you. Brian and Vernon Ellsworth Hand, doing whatever it takes.
Feels new, fresh. I like it.
I love my presets.
Presets are the best.
Join the millions already on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
It's just like my car radio on my phone.
Find your new favorite feature on the iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio.
Jeff Kinsbach here with the best, Rich Claiborne of Claiborne Lincoln. Rich, it's the new year and a perfect time for that new Lincoln.
That's right, Jeff. Check out the attractive offers on over 200 new Lincolns in stock.
Example?
Through January 31st, lease a 2024 Lincoln Corsair Hybrid. Only $755 a month, 36 months, only $755 due at signing. 25 cents per mile over 36,000.
Simple and straightforward. Experience the difference at Claiborne Lincoln.
Winter roads, no problem. Get up to $205 back on a set of 4 select Goodyear tires because safe driving starts with great traction. See store for details. Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
For a limited time at Speedway, get 2 big pizza slices and your favorite Coca-Cola 20-ounce for only $5 with Speedy Rewards. Choose from classic 3-cheese, pepperoni, or extreme meat pizza. Save big with a $5 meal deal with Speedy Rewards. Only at Speedway. Valid through 3/4/25. See app for full terms.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if a medical mistake caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Accidents being cleared. 271 north at the 480 State Route 14 split off to the right side. The West Shoreway Route 2 westbound near Edgewater Park off to the right side. Fulton and Park Drive, 480 west before Ridge off to the right side. And in Geauga County, Caves Road at Birchwood Drive. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. Download the Lowe's app to get their home improvement playbook in your hands so you can get their team's expertise anytime.
Get ready for a once-in-a-lifetime experience with Metallica.
This is James from Metallica. We have granted iHeartRadio all access to our M72 World Tour.
You'll fly to see them up close in the Snake Pit. Then take home a signed show poster and a catalog of their studio albums on vinyl. All thanks to Metallica.
iHeartRadio has your chance.
Just listen to this station on the new and improved free iHeartRadio app
to win.
This is the Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Dr. Ryan Bergland is here. We do a segment called Is It Red? He's a urologist from the Cleveland Clinic and has been joining us a few times a year for many, many years. And so, guys, if you have strange things going on down there, this is a great time to maybe get some answers. If you have a question you want to call, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can text me, 35192. Leave messages on the iHeartRadio app. Somebody just texts, how did Dr. Bergland decide to specialize in his field?
That's a great question. I get that all the time.
Yeah. How does one land on, because we were talking about this yesterday when I talked about you were going to be in. Everybody learns everything, and then they go, I'm going to focus on this.
You know, I had no idea I would do it. My dad's a cardiologist. I thought that's what I would do. And then during medical school, I realized I really enjoyed cancer surgery.
Okay.
And if you enjoy that, because it really is something where you have a defined problem, you can help people with a really definable problem.
You were intrigued by cancer surgery. Yeah, I really liked cancer, and I thought that was the one that. So you come from medicine in the family.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
And you know, if you look at it, within the Cleveland Clinic, 6 of the 12 highest volume cancer surgeons in the Cleveland Clinic are urologists.
Okay.
Because there's between prostate, bladder, kidney.
Yep.
Testis cancer. So if you really want to do cancer surgery, it's a great field. The unintended consequence, though, is that, as my son pointed out to me, he has a lot of trouble in school being the son of a urologist.
Right.
Yes.
The sins of the father
Yes.
are visited on the son.
His friends have a lot of fun with that.
Well, and that's why I think it's an interesting question, because I'm probably a lot more myopic about that, too. That's what I think of, right? My interactions with you professionally have been penile-related.
Right.
Yes. But all that other stuff.
Another field that I really enjoyed when I was in medical school, again, very interesting surgeries, you really can help people with difficult problems, take care of a lot of cancer patients. Colorectal surgery.
Okay.
You know, you think
proctology.
Of that, exactly.
Yeah.
And you think that it's one thing, but it's a fascinating field, and you can really do amazing, interesting surgeries. I actually really enjoyed that in medical school.
Well, I was going to say, it must be things like that bigger picture than somebody going, I'm going to focus on asses my whole career, right? It's more to it than that. Well, then there you go. That's a good answer.
One interesting thing that people don't realize is when people think of neurosurgeons, they think that they're predominantly doing brain surgery.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, brain surgery is kind of a smaller component of the bigger field. There's some neurosurgeons that specialize in that, but there are a lot of other things that they do. It's not just operating on the brain; it's operating on the back, nerves, other areas of the body. So a lot of what the public thinks people do may be a very small component of the field.
Hey, Jeff in Euclid, hello.
Hey, how you doing today?
What's going on? What's your question, Jeff?
Hey, I guess the best way to start it, I'm 56 now. About 42, 43, I finally went in for the full physical, getting the older stuff and everything else. And previous to doing that, regular testicular exams, and I noticed like a small mass next to the right testicle. And I brought it up to that family physician, that practicing physician at that point in time. And when we went over it, he actually had to look and, gloves on and check and find what I was talking about. It was a small mass off to the side of the testicle. And when he finally found it, we discussed it. He said it had something to do with a duct blockage.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're obviously 12, 13 years later. I still do the exams and everything else, but got in there, found a small one next to the left testicle, and it seems that the right side has gotten maybe twice as large.
Right.
So it's increased. At that time with that doctor, he had said, it's just a duct blockage. You have no concern. Don't worry about it. You're not having any problems urinating, sexual, anything like that. And I said, no. But, with now seeing something to the left and larger to the right, I was wondering, is that something I should be concerned about?
It's interesting. Testicular cancer develops in the testicle. So typically testicular cancers don't form around it. And there's a structure around the testicle called the epididymis, which is a sac that collects the sperm from the testicle, and that's where the sperm matures and matures to a point where it can fertilize an egg. That can develop cysts. It can develop little masses. It can get blocked. The common thing that we'll find in an epididymis is something called a spermatocele. They're typically benign, but it's a very easy thing you can look at. You just run a little ultrasound over it and make sure it looks benign. But most of those things that we find outside the testicle are benign, most of them.
Okay. That gives me a little bit more peace of mind. I appreciate that.
And if there's ever a question, just run a little ultrasound over it and answer the question.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, I've been thinking. I've had a couple other issues, and the physician I have now, my primary physician, going through a couple things, I forget to bring it up to him. So it's something, while you're on the air, I figure, hey, I'll try to give you a call because I don't have another 2-3 months before I go back to see him. And I want to know if it's something I should call him ahead of time on and have something prepared for that.
Have him take a look at it. It'll be pretty straightforward for him.
All right.
All right. Good luck, Jeff.
Very much.
All right. Thanks, pal.
Thank you.
Text 35192. Alan, when I ejaculate, I have a significant amount of anal leakage. Is there an underlying prostate issue that I should be concerned with?
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, it's a really unfortunate problem.
Yeah. Honey, get the cork.
We do find that urinary symptoms and bowel symptoms are very closely connected, largely because the muscles that are involved in this are in the same area.
Proximity-wise.
The nerves that trigger them are in the same area. So people who have a bowel problem oftentimes have a urinary problem and vice versa. This probably fits into the same category as this. It's just kind of unfortunate, that when the muscles that contract to ejaculate also are relaxing the sphincter muscles. So that's...
Maybe get that looked into.
Yes.
Alan, does Dr. Bergland think that there is any downside of not getting a hydrocele surgery?
No, there's no downside at all. It's just fluid around the testicle. It's one of those things. I've said this before, but I spend more of my day telling people why they shouldn't have surgery than when they should, and that's a classic example. It's not bothering you, leave it alone. Get surgery if you need it. If you don't need it, do not get it. Do not get it done. There are plenty of negatives to getting surgery.
Hey, Casey.
Hey, Al.
Casey, what's up?
Hey, my question has completely changed due to the last conversation that I just heard. So, Dr. Bergland, how many of your son's friends have come and just thrown their penis in front of you to take a look at it?
What, you mean they've made an appointment, or when they're just over at the house, Casey?
Doc, you got to see this thing.
Yeah.
Yes, no, just, hey, is this bigger than anybody else's?
Yeah, I never let it get that far.
I was going to say, I really hope that's not what's going on there.
That far. We if it really is something that needs to be looked at, that's done in the office.
Yeah.
The one thing that I have done from time to time is, sometimes a parent will have a baby, that's in diapers that has some kind of abnormality that they want me to look at.
Yep.
That's pretty much, I'll have friends and guys come up to me and we'll have a little quiet conversation in the corner. But if it requires an exam, that's coming in the office.
Why don't you call my office?
Yeah.
And this is my kitchen. All right, could we,
Yeah.
Hey, Philip.
Hey, how you doing, Alan?
What's going on, Philip?
Love to hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
Just earlier, the guys calling in that were dribbling after urinating and not completely voiding their bladder. Got a couple of tips. Number one, turn the water on in the sink and sit down on the toilet and run your hand under the warm water, or get a bucket with warm water, because that stimulates the body to urinate faster.
Like a Pavlovian response, kind of.
Exactly.
Yeah.
As well as when you're in the urinal and you're standing up, If you, under your testicles, there's the part of the urethra that is under the testicles between the taint and the testicles. And if you are massaging that, it helps to avoid the bladder completely before you're done, so you don't dribble.
I'm not going to disagree with anything he said, but those are
He's schooling us.
Those are some advanced maneuvers.
Yeah, right.
I'll tell you that the running water thing, though, it absolutely works. When we have a guy who's had urinary problems and we're trying to get them to like we've taken a catheter out and we're trying to make sure that they can urinate okay.
Yeah.
Our experienced nurses, you've got an experienced nurse with you because they'll have the sink running while they're doing it.
There's a lot of people that only can pee in the shower.
Correct.
Or when they're in the shower, they just kind of reflexively pee.
Stage fright is a real thing, too.
Yeah.
There are
and
guys
there's nothing wrong with that because the pee in the shower actually stops. If you pee on your feet, it stops fungus.
I thought that was an old wives' tale. People think pee is sterile.
No,
it's like,
that's
isn't it
true.
sterile until it comes out of the body?
They made us do it in the basic training because it's a fact.
Oh, okay.
Every urologist I know, though, when they go to, let's say they go to take a shower in the gym or some kind of public area where there's a shower, always wears flip flops because we know because all of our patients tell us, oh yeah, when I
MRSA,
well they also all of them pee in the shower.
Pee in the shower.
They all pee in the shower.
Yeah. Now we've talked over the years about the wide variety of penile enhancement drugs and things like that you can get at and the one that made the news this week is something called erection honey, which aside from being my favorite Van Morrison record is the name of something that they said they're selling now as a natural aphrodisiac that's laced with Viagra, which tells me, well, then it's not natural, is it, if it's laced with Viagra? But you might have seen articles this week on something called erection honey, and they're telling people, hey, it's called royal honey, but they're like, hey, stay away from this if it's getting shipped all over the world, and it's just more it's more snake oil, right? People.
I would say buyer beware.
Buyer beware. There you go. That's right. Alan, a question for Dr. Bergland. I've recently discovered that the tip of my penis is very white. There's no pain or itching or burning, just a disturbing discoloration. What could be causing this?
I'd be interested to see what that is. So if it's the actual skin itself is white, it could be a depigmentation, which can happen to people where you just lose the melanocytes in the skin. If it's scaly, it could be a dermatologic problem, like an eczema or something along those lines. If you have a yeast infection, yeast will make the penis look white, but you can scrape the white off.
Mm-hmm. So, carefully.
So my guess is that he's dealing with some kind of depigmentation.
Okay.
Of some kind.
Alan, what are Dr. Bergland's thoughts on the odds of a vasectomy reversing itself? I'm 57. I was with a 39-year-old. I don't think I have to worry about anything. How can I get tested to make sure that I have dead swimmers?
So that's a great question. The quoted rate of failures is roughly 1 in 2,000. So meaning at some point in time, one of the vas deferens manages to fuse back together.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredibly unusual, but it does happen. And those of us who do these, you will have failures over time if you do enough of them. The best thing to do is you can actually get a semen analysis. So when you had your vasectomy, 3 months later, you had to provide a semen specimen to make sure there's no sperm there. So if there's any concern whatsoever, it's very easy. You just do the same thing you do after your vasectomy. Submit a semen specimen and make sure there's no sperm.
I waited every last day I was supposed to. I heard all these guys are like, I don't know what happened. I knocked her up. I'm like, yeah, because you waited 48 hours instead of whatever it was supposed to be. I gave myself every possible day you recommended. It was like 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something.
We have so many. All of us have stories of guys who didn't follow through, and it's funny those
why go through all that and then cut yourself off at the knees?
And all of these guys end up sending their urologist a Christmas card.
Yes,
it's kind of like it's kind of the running joke.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Let me go to AJ in Lorraine. Hello.
Hello. Thanks for taking my call, and thank you for your time, Dr. Bergland. Yes, I had a couple of problems that could be interrelated. One of them is occasionally it feels like I ejaculate after I sometimes after I urinate or after I defecate, and also occasional testicular migraines after I urinate.
Yep. So this. You're talking about the blue ball phenomenon that people call in about a good bit, where you have pretty intense pain in the testicle, or you're saying you actually get a migraine headache after urinating?
No, it's the former.
Yeah. So it's a vascular congestion syndrome. Some people get it really intensely. Sometimes it's after intercourse. Sometimes it can be with voiding. The best advice I can give people, it does tend to go away with NSAIDs. Just Advil leaves, but the pain can be very intense. Some people have described it as crippling at times. So go ahead.
You said incense or intense?
NSAIDs. So like Advil, Aleve, ibuprofen, non-steroidal anti-inflammatories. Nice pain control. They tend to relieve the problem if it becomes intense. People do describe having passing some ejaculate with their urine or with defecation is just because you're essentially conducting a prostate massage. There's some intense pressure put on the prostate, and it expels a little bit of fluid.
Okay, and I actually have blue balls sometimes. It feels like it just feels like a vice grip around my testicles sometimes.
And it'll spontaneously happen too, right?
Correct. And sometimes I kind of feel like I have to urinate a second time, even though my bladder isn't full.
Right.
And sometimes I get the pain when that occurs. And other times it can be very sporadic or random. I can go, 2 weeks to, months or weeks without feeling pain.
The pain can be very intense, and some folks can't even get relief with pain medication. I have a partner actually can do a microsurgical denervation procedure where they remove the nerve tissue that goes to the testicle. So if it gets really intense, there is a way you can treat that. Most guys can kind of get away with treating with a little bit of ibuprofen every now and then when it happens.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good luck, AJ. Thanks, man. Let me go to Mike. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Alan. How are you?
Good. What's up?
A question for Dr. Bergland. I appreciate you doing this, taking your time out to answer all these difficult questions. 2008, I had hernia surgery, and I had the mesh put in and whatnot. I was having testicular pain after that for a couple years. So I went to the VA, and they did an ultrasound on my right testicle, and they said something went wrong with the surgery or whatnot. But I've been having pain. Not horrible, maybe 2 to 5 as far as the pain level, depending on the weather or whatnot. And they said, well, we can alleviate your pain if we can just take the testicle out. I'm like, ooh, okay, well, I'll just deal with the pain. It's not a big deal. So that was so long ago. I'm just wondering, is that still correct as far as, or is there a different procedure that I can alleviate this pain or other than losing a testicle?
I would argue removing the testicle is an absolute last resort. There are a lot of other things that can be done before that. And I just described earlier to the person who called in, you can denervate the testicle. So the testicle is going to work just the way it's supposed to work, produce the testosterone, the sperm, et cetera. Just take the nerve tissue out of it.
You just won't feel it.
You just won't feel it.
Yeah.
Correct. And so I would actually do that.
So was that a correct assessment that they did something wrong? I mean, I know everything's connected down there, but
you know what? It's one of these things where, and whenever I talk to, this is why you don't do surgery unless you absolutely have to.
Mm-hmm.
Getting some kind of pain condition is not an unusual side effect of surgery. So make sure when you're getting surgery, you're getting it done for the right reason. If you had a significant hernia, you needed to get that fixed. That was going to cause a problem for you.
I needed to get it fixed. Absolutely.
Yeah, you need to get it fixed.
There was no alternative to it.
There's just there really is no way of preventing. Some patients are going to develop chronic pain after surgery. So you had to get it fixed, but this is one of the side effects of having surgery. It is something that can be treated, though. And so I would, if this really is a significant problem, I'd look into a denervation procedure.
Okay, very good.
All right, thanks,
appreciate
Mike.
you taking my call.
Good luck. All right, one more. Let me go to Ashley in Akron. What's up, Ashley?
Hi. How's it going?
Good.
So I have a question. My husband has been, so after intercourse, after he ejaculates, he sees a little bit of red in, and some of the stuff that comes out, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that's common in some men, or is that something to be worried about?
That is called hematospermia. That is usually benign.
Okay.
Now, if it's in his urine, that's a different problem. If you see visible
Right.
blood in the
then
urine,
that would be more of a UTI.
visible blood in the urine, 20% of the time, that's from bladder cancer. He would need to get a formal workup with a scope and a scan.
He doesn't see it in his urine, just mainly in
the ejaculate,
the
in the
semen.
terminal ejaculate, right?
Yes.
So that probably is coming from his prostate. I do encourage. How old is he, by the way?
He is 38.
Okay, so he's not. Does any family history of prostate cancer? Is he African American?
No,
anything like that?
none.
So he doesn't have genetic risk factors. So I tell these patients to get routine screening. If it's a chronic problem and it's really bothersome, there are some medications that can cause it to go away, but they can have side effects. So just have to decide how much of a problem it is. In the semen, it's typically benign. Okay. In the urine, you need to make sure it's not from cancer.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Ashley. Is there you mentioned it as an aside, is there a higher incidence of prostate cancer in black men?
Yes.
There is.
And they tend to get it younger.
Really?
Yes. So there is a higher genetic likelihood in African American men or in men that have had a single first degree relative who's had prostate cancer. So father, brother, son. And
the genetic part I knew, but I didn't know that there was a racial component to it, or that there was
We encourage screening from roughly the ages of 50 to 70. There's some varying guidelines there, but we recommend routine prostate cancer screening. Then I would encourage anyone with any kind of genetic predisposition like race or family history to start getting checked in their 40s. The question always is, what would you do yourself?
Yeah.
I got my first PSA checked at 40.
Yeah.
There's no guideline to tell you to do that, but there's actually some compelling data to suggest the most predictive PSA you're going to get in your life is when you're 40 years old.
Okay.
So, if you have a normal PSA in your 40s, you probably don't need to check again until your 50s. But there are going to be a few guys that show up in their 40s, and those are the guys who can, if you get a prostate cancer in your 40s, it's significant. It's going to shorten your life.
Right.
So I don't think everybody needs to go out and get screened in their 40s. But if you have any kind of genetic predisposition, there's some pretty compelling data to support doing that.
Dr. Ryan Bergland, you've done it again, pal. Thank you for coming in. Our Is It Red segment. What's the number for people to call over there?
216-444 or CCF Care.
Yeah,
yes.
CCF Care, right. Yeah. Yes.
I almost gave the operator's number. That's
You're like, hello, for the Cleveland Clinic there, and Dr. Ryan Bergland. Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to take, let's see. Well, let me play this, and then Rob and I will tell everybody.
Red? Does it itch? Does it hurt like a bitch? Is it red? Is it red? Is it red?
All right. Oh, we did it. Rob, we did it. We
sure did.
That was your first Is It Red?
It was, and I composed myself.
You did.
All the way through except one little part.
I didn't hear any suppressed giggles or...
That dude was talking all technical stuff. He's like, yeah, when I void and this and that and the other. And then he says, I massage my taint. And I was like, well, there it goes. That's,
well...
That was the only time I laughed.
He couldn't hold it all together for too long. All right, we got to go. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. My thanks to Tom Papa. Always great to see him. His shows this weekend are sold out. But if you're one of our bureau chiefs in another city, go to his website, find out where you can see him one of his theater shows. Hilarities, of course, celebrating their 40th anniversary. So that's why he's doing Hilarities as the one club gig in 2025. And always happy to see him. Who are you on social media, Rob?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
All right, I'm Alan Cox Show on your socials. If you want to leave messages for us, you can do it on the iHeartRadio app. You can drop voicemails, 216-986-8903. Today's show will be available in its entirety within the hour on the iHeartRadio app. And I think that's it. Metal Show tomorrow night, immediately after the Cavs game, 2 hours to midnight is our Metal Show, me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And then 8 a.m. Sunday, bright and early, it's 2 hours of the best stuff from this week on the show. It's called The Week in Cox. And then we will reconvene with you on Monday afternoon around 2 o'clock. So have a great time this weekend. Do something dangerous. Cavs basketball tonight, 7 o'clock tip. So pregame is mere minutes away. They're playing the Sixers in Philly. And I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big brother is watching you. Conform with all directives.